Click here to subscribe.
Kitsune, what's going on, man? How are you? Greetings, everyone. Hope all of you are doing all right. Let me go ahead and first check. All right, looks like my camera's on, lights on. There we go. Adjust that a little bit. Move my camera around. There we go. How's everybody doing? Switch to playing games. Let's show the right screen. There we are. And let me bring up the chat. Cortez, what's going on? Sanctioned Psyker Pyromancer? Absolutely, you know it. I am a fan. I am a fan. All right, let me load up into our game. I don't remember where we left off. Commander Heislander, that's what we're doing. Oh, that's right. We had just gotten to the place where Cassia is. That's what it was. Awesome, awesome. So how's everybody? Any of you all picked up Rogue Trader yet? If so, how are you feeling about it thus far? Currently locked out of my apartment, but maintenance are coming to unlock my door. I am sorry to hear that. Hope maintenance comes by quickly.
Unexpected result.
That freaking sucks. I think I've only been locked out of my house one time. It was a very unfortunate experience, though. Three! What's going on, man? How are you? Feel like I haven't seen you on the stream in a while. Hope you've been doing okay.
The Emperor favors me today.
Me howdy from nowhere. Your standard greeting. See, that lets me know that you must be doing all right. Let's see.
Will do.
Prone to forgetting many things. So is this not the first time then that you've been locked out of your apartment? Let's see. She's gonna be a while. She came back here. You're first up, so yeah, I guess we'll put you here. Abelard, want you as close as possible. You can go here. And darling, you can go here. And that's everybody. Let's do it. I had that most exhausting start of the week. Really, what was exhausting about it? Oh, so it's not Kitsune? Oh man, sorry to hear that. That's rough.
Rejoice in
Yo, Mogami, what's going on? How are you? Godzilla, what's going on? Can we get both of you all in here?
Faith without deeds is worthless.
There we go. Got one of you.
As the
I'll
Emperor
take it.
commands, I act.
Yeah, I got it at the start. What's going on, Rory? How are you, man? 41, 37, so I guess I'll go with you. Getting paid tomorrow. Ooh, that's a good feeling. And there we go. Are they standing in the same, are they standing in the same, oh no, okay, it just looked like they were standing in the same square. All right, we'll go to,
I know what is to come.
go to here. First of all, the Goof Troop, Monsters Heart group that I used to play with got back together. Ooh, finally, after a year, this reunion got, a game lasted from 2 a.m. to 5 a.m. Then I had a D&D one-shot at 10 a.m. that was supposed to be the day before. 2 a.m. to 5 a.m. That sounds kind of crazy. Okay, you're done for. And Abelard, you're gonna be out there, so I'll give you a little bit of a boost. I could not imagine doing a tabletop game, even with friends, from 2 a.m. to 5 a.m. That it doesn't seem like what's up. Boys back in town. Yeah. I'll be back streaming for the interim.
So the seeds
We'll see how long it lasts. Seems like every time I get into a groove streaming, something happens that pulls me back out of it. But
I will triumph.
it's definitely good to be back.
Ruin beckons.
I gotta be honest, this chick feels so weak right now. At least the pyro powers, like the chain lightning powers, feel appropriately strong. But from a pyro standpoint, feels like I should be doing more. But I'm sure the power will come in time.
I will do my
It'll come
duty.
in time.
Victory is imminent.
Oh, you know what? I could have, oh, I still can. Okay, yeah. Oh, no. That doesn't have a single target attack? All right, fine. What? That's you. Oh, and then there's this guy all the way in the back. Does it allow me to... Let's see. He's always a problem. Want to do a cleric of the light domain wielding a sunbeam. I see you still stuck on the sunbeam.
But of course.
You serious? Of course. How many stacks do you have?
Was that you?
As a psyker, can you use weapon? Is there any skills that buff weapon damage? Kane, there's a ton of skills that buff weapon damage, and psyker powers are considered to be ranged attacks. So the same powers that help you when you're doing ranged damage oftentimes help you with your psyker powers as well. So for example, this Pyromancer that I'm using right now, she's a marksman. And since she's a marksman, she gets run and gun, which allows you to do a second attack that costs less action points and does not count towards your attack limit for the turn. That counts for both ranged attacks when you're using guns and for psyker powers. So when I use it, I can activate Ignite twice in one turn.
I will
Go ahead and check
try.
out you. Rob, what's going on? Thank you so much for the gifted sub, man. 3, you're a member of the channel now. Congratulations. How's the crash rate on this game? I haven't crashed once since they released the new version that was meant shortly before they were going to release the game. Haven't had a single crash. And what's going on? How are you? Is this on par with BG3? It depends on what kind of game you like. Like, what are you looking for a game? Be more specific. I think Moore said that one thing that made up for the lack of real-time repulse is that there are a lot of abilities that give bonuses on kill, so you can chain through a lot of weak swarm fights quickly. Is that true, you think? That's 100% true. That's 100% true. And honestly, it's one of the keys to doing well in this game. You should be killing 3, 4, you know, maybe even a dozen enemies all on the same turn. It shouldn't be, oh, it's one turn, all right, I kill one enemy. If you're doing it like that, more than likely you're not experiencing the kind of success that you want. So yeah, I would definitely strongly agree with that.
For von Valencius. It will be done.
Excellent.
A tactically sound approach.
Good. Once again, I can't reach him, so that was part of the reason why I didn't buy it. What do you mean? Oh, more XCOM-like combat. I've never played XCOM, but yes, I've heard it compared to XCOM
I
multiple
will
times.
bathe this battlefield in righteous fury.
48%, awesome.
That is for the weak.
Just rescue Cassia. No bugs here either. Absolutely. Oh, the crashing, Outcast crashing. Yeah, no. This game doesn't. This is definitely the most stable game Outcast has ever released. The unfortunate thing is they released a day one patch that was a very large. That basically, it's not even a day one patch because you kind of, it's more than likely. I'm pretty sure it was wrapped up in the game that you got when you purchased it today. But that patch was not in the version of the game that creators and media got. Now, we were informed there would be a last minute patch that was going to address a ton of issues. But unfortunately, there's been multiple reviewers who presented their review as like the true version of the game and called it buggy and didn't mention, hey, Outcat told us up front we were not playing the version of the game that is going to have this massive patch they plan to release. And so, but it's also catch-22, I'm sure, for the media, because they're like, you know, how do we represent the stability of the game without having that version? And so it's kind of unfortunate all the way around, but as someone who's been playing this pretty much religiously, no, I haven't experienced a bunch of crashing, and I think it's way more stable than a game like Wrath of the Righteous was when it first came out. This dude is annoying. How similar is the combat to Wasteland 3? It looks very similar. I wouldn't... is it similar to Wasteland 3? You know, I think it's similar to Wasteland 3 from the standpoint of, if I remember correctly, Wasteland 3 didn't have a lot of pre-buffing, where you had to put a ton of buffs on yourself before combat. Basically, a lot of the things that were going to help you within combat, you had to do while combat was actually running, which to some degree made it go faster, as opposed to a game like Wrath of the Righteous, where every time you rested, you had to do a whole new wave of buffs on all of your characters in order to be protected enough to go into combat. So from that standpoint, I would say it's similar, but on the whole, I wouldn't say that, oh, well, if you played Wasteland 3 or you understood that combat system, it's going to help you here. Like, they are definitely two wholly different beasts.
I've seen worse battles than this in my time.
Wasteland 3 combat is grid-based combat, I think. Yep, it is. Needs more orcs, though. I keep hearing that. This is my first introduction to Warhammer, so I can't... I don't have really an opinion on whether or not it be served by having the orcs in there, but I know that's definitely a big ask from the community. It'll be interesting to see if Alcat decides to do a DLC that adds them into the game. I can't remember if Alcat has done a party member DLC before. Oh, they did it for Kingmaker. Now I think about it, the Kitsune, they were part of the DLC. So anything's possible. I think this game will be served by adding orcs, but it's more so because this game doesn't really provide you the typical big bruiser with a big old weapon and the heaviest armor you can find type of character. Like the guy I'm looking at right now, Abelard, he's more of the tank guy. He's not the tear apart everything in my path type of guy. And so I feel like this game could really benefit from that. It does feel like it's kind of missing that, and obviously having an orc in the game would provide... Why did that just go? Oh, I must have stepped on a trap and not even realized it. Would have provided that element into the game. The pre-buffing was my main gripe with Wrath of the Righteous. It was the main gripe for a lot of people. Absolutely, I agree. Stefan, what's going on? How are you? The people need orcs. Did you hear Henry Cavill is producing a Warhammer 40K TV show? I did. Most of these unfortunate souls took their own lives by slicing their guts wide open. Really looking forward to that. I heard about it before I really started playing this. And so I wasn't that excited about it because I didn't know anything about Warhammer. But now that I've experienced Warhammer and understand more what it means for him to be playing a Space Marine and what that show will potentially be like, absolutely. I think it's really exciting. Especially since Henry Cavill is known as someone who's going to stick with the lore. You know, he's someone you can trust to represent things in the right way. And my understanding is he's not just in the show, but he's like a producer of some sort. So he's going to have some measure of control. And just in general, I'm absolutely sure he's not going to allow himself to be in a similar situation to what he was with The Witcher 3, where a bunch of people got in control of it and he hated the direction that they went in and consequently ended up being screwed. So I'm sure he's put some things into place to make sure that this show is going to be run exactly the way he wants it to. Can't decide between an officer psyker pyromancer build or a crime lord operative sniper. I would go with the crime lord operative sniper. Psyker Pyromancer is great for melee-based characters. So if you were going to be a warrior and focus on damage, that would be really, really nice. For an officer, officers are focused on buffing. So if you're creating a Psyker who's focused on buffing, then I guess you could do that. But more than likely, choosing a Pyromancer, you're self-buffing to make your melee attacks more powerful. And so it's not going to help you. I'm sorry, my phone's ringing. Give me just 1 second. So yeah, with Pyromancy, with being a Pyromancer, more than likely you're focused on damage. Officer isn't going to help you that much. So I personally would go with the Crime Lord option. If they make an orc a companion, that would be silly. Have them as enemies only. I thought, aren't orcs supposed to be ones that you can communicate with more? I swear I thought I saw some things where orcs were portrayed as more friendly, but I guess there's really no such thing as friendly in Warhammer. I prefer an Ogryn companion. I keep hearing people refer to Ogryn, which always makes me think of the Dragon Age companion, but I have no idea what that means. Well, I said he's a, oh, I'm sorry, you know what? I skipped over that. I just said Henry Cavill TV show movie. I kind of skipped over producer. Oh, he's a huge 40K nerd. That's interesting. I didn't know that. What's going on, Snorrison? Stoke as to what he'll do with it. That's awesome. Finger laser all day if they add new companions. It's Crown Law Warrior. Awesome. All right. The library is full of treatises by the most distinguished scholars of the Imperium, from Astra Militarum tacticians to Adeptus Mechanicus Genitors. Genitors. Interesting. All right. Why does it seem like this is not moving the way at the speed it should? There we go. And yeah, all that can go to cargo.
Never doubt me.
Statue by the famous Calixian sculptor and chronicler Zacharias Vernon the Magnificent, the 23rd year of this millennium. Original. And there we go.
Let's seize
Awesome.
the opportunity.
He's in the Highlander remake too. Really? If there's another thing out there, Henry Cavill is a fan of it.
Do you see that?
Henry Cavill as a Highlander is actually pretty cool.
Trembles
I can
beneath
definitely
my
see that.
feet.
Definitely see that. It already looks like
Idira.
Custodes. He is
Nothing
right
matters
there for
more.
the job. Did Henry Cavill play the Witcher games? I don't know if he. I think he played the games, but he was definitely a fan of the books.
A bitter taste of defeat.
You serious?
Failure stings. Perfection.
Over there.
I tread a path unexplored.
Heard
Duty
he was in
prevails.
D&D. Now that's someone I want to see produce a D&D movie. The one with Chris Potter, whatever his name is, was good, but it wasn't great. It was too comedic. I thoroughly enjoyed that movie. I do agree it was very comedic, but I feel like it's not necessarily all for D&D to be very comedic in general. So I felt like it was a really good representation of it. Although absolutely it would be great to see a more serious version. Did you hear the screams? Move. Sir, are you all right? We can't hear anything. Now I see. You are in league with them. Is this an insurrection? Yes, indeed. Death to the traitors. Sir, what are you doing? Get a hold of yourself. Sir! Ogren are huge and physically powerful, but not too bright. Abhuman mutant subspecies of humanity. Interesting. I know you all traitors. Traitors, all of you. They told me. They whispered. Hey, who are you? All the times I've done this, I never realized this, but all the times I've played this game, I've always had a character with a ranged weapon. So this is my first time seeing that scene with a character with a melee weapon.
Embrace true power.
Servants. For some reason, the archenemy's twisted influence has found its way into the station.
The world trembles beneath
Yes,
my
he read the
feet.
books, plus he played the game. Interesting. Using the Queen soundtrack. Those songs are timeless. Again, it was good. Loved that movie. Not great, but I still loved it. Got you. Okay. The D&D movie was the right amount of fun, lore, plus cheesy, in my opinion. Yeah, we haven't had a good, serious D&D movie yet. I definitely agree with that. So it would be interesting to see who would be able to come up with it. Also, I don't know if Wizards of the Coast will let you create a rated R D&D movie. I don't know if that's a thing with them where the movie has to be family friendly, at least on some level. The Cogitator's vid screen is covered in cracks and stained with dried blood. The buttons, switches, and levers were ripped out of the control panel with exceptional cruelty and scattered around the sacred mechanism that now sparks and hisses in agony, still refusing to perish. I don't think serious D&D would be good. Like to see it all the same, but the jokes about the paladin being a nuisance to do things around or to speak to the dead spell were great. Damn, I picked a bad time to be gainfully employed. It's never a bad time to be gainfully employed, loser. Come on now. Awaken the Cogitator. You turn a few of the remaining dials and pull the activation lever. The cracked vid screen of the sacred engine flickers. The Cogitator's insides emit creaks and groans, and the lumens oscillate at random. It takes a while, but eventually the machine spirits do grant you access to the Cogitator's systems. Request data on the station's navigators. After a brief pause, the data appears on the vid screen. So it looks like 3 of them are dead, but Felic and Theobald are still alive. The child, location, upper chambers, biometric parameters, rapid heartbeat, elevated body temperature, stress levels exceed the permissible limit, status unknown error, attention, calming procedures advised, attention, upper chambers inaccessible, error, the control rod is not present. If the rod has been misplaced, immediately contact the station keeper or the Navis Laboratorum custodian. Examine the log. The archive data stored on the Cogitator's local data crypt is partially corrupted, but you still manage to access the residual logs for examination. View Vox report. The Vox recording hisses for some time before you hear a voice. This is Officer A282. Do you copy? Several generators overheated on the lower levels. Chambers A to D are unpowered. The tech priest crew sent to investigate the problem is not responding. Requesting back. The officer's speech is interrupted by shouting, and the recording abruptly ends. Officer H123 speaking. 200 servants have perished due to explosive decompression of the living quarters. We've located traces of mechanical interference. The preliminary cause is officer sabotage. Crews 5, 6, and 9 are cut off from the main compartment. We have enough oxygen for 20 minutes. May the Emperor save our souls. Senior station officers, this is the captain speaking. We attempted to contact the Winterscale Scion for help, but something is jamming the signal. We never received a reply, cannot be sure it was even sent in the first place. A rescue team is not coming. We are on our own, so remain vigilant. Anyone could be a traitor, you hear me? Anyone. If you are in doubt, shoot to kill. The following Vox recordings are too badly distorted to make out even a single word. Examine the recent entries of the incident log. Report X880 originator, classified, date, classified. The servants close to the child had started butchering one another again. An order came from above to have their remains processed. The negotiations with their winter scales were a success. A new batch of servants will arrive in 10 moons. Escort them to the laboratory at once. It is imperative that we increase the new retainer's resistance to the child's powers. Data expunged. Ha! You missed this conversation yesterday, Corcast. It seems who I can't on Nurgle. It seems like everybody is a follower of Nurgle except me. I am 100% down for Slanesh, all day, every day. Like the money, but the servo skulls they called to me. Greg, what's going on, man? How are you? I have to choose between a heist ladder, hang out, and sleep at 8 hours before work. Greetings from Germany. Hey, hope things are going well in Germany. Good to see you. Nurgle, Malal. I don't think I've heard of Malal. Who's Malal? Rogue Trader. Rogue Trader have any voice acting? It does, but it's just not all throughout the game. When we finally reach Cassia, there's definitely voice acting in that scene. Me too. Slanesh buddies. Yeah, see? Me and you, three, we know what's up. We know what's up. The Indian said, I'd love to see a movie is Dark Sun. It's basically fantasy Mad Max. Did you all see that new trailer for the Mad Max movie coming out? I know Charlize Theron was absolutely devastated she didn't get to play her character again. I'm not sure about the chick that they have playing her. Like, I think the look is incredible, but still, it's always weird to me when you see these little thin, frail, small chicks who are supposed to be like these great warriors. It's super odd. And to me, Charlize Theron, in the couple of roles I've seen her, she can absolutely pull off the warrior chick look. She did it in the Mad Max movie and in Atomic Blonde, basically female John Wick. That was absolutely amazing. Not sure about this new one they've chosen. It'll be interesting to see. Examine the station's docking log. The log is almost completely corrupted, but you managed to recover the latest entry. Identity confirmed. Region Aranto or Celio. Date of visit classified. Reason for visit classified. Date of departure classified. Examine the security and life support logs. The yellow lights above the control panel flicker to life, and a singular repeating message streams down the vid screen. Warning, damage in technical compartments. It's basically saying things are going to hell. View the encrypted data. All right, something buzzing in the cogitator's metallic gut. Several red lumens light up above the vid screen. Required access level, security captain or above. Current access level, senior security officer. Tech use, break through the machine guardian's defenses. You easily bypass the restrictions imposed on the sacred machine. The cogitator's overloaded processors were, unhappily. Most of the encrypted data has been wiped. You find traces of the purge protocol. Recovery is impossible, but a list of the most recent commands having been embedded in the machine's spirit's consciousness now flits across the screen in a single creeping line. Self-destruct and purge, essentially. Exploring the archives for a while longer yields a surviving excerpt from the guard captain's report mentioning that the security system had recently been reconfigured without his knowledge. His comment reads, only the keepers of the station have access to the life support systems, but Keeper Theobald had not left the child's side, and neither had I. Could it be that return to the list of commands? Call Rykad for help. The system cannot carry out your command. Despite the eager compliance of the machine spirits, one thing is certain, the problem does not lie in the cogitator's mechanisms. Malal is old lore at this point. He's a decanonized, undivided chaos god. Interesting. Why do you like him? Gork and Mork do the best boy. Grim Hollow. I don't think I've heard of Grim Hollow before. They don't have the acrobats thing going on stuff. This movie would be a woke waste of mess. Oh, you're talking about Mad Max? Or are the true gods of 40K? Switch to the main chamber controls. The cogs within the sacred mechanism slowly start turning with heavy grinding and clacking. The tired machine spirits grant you access to the station control, or at least its parts that still obey the cogitator. Open all doors on the level. The cogitator's vid screen goes dark as if the machine spirits had fled their mechanical casket, but your assumption is incorrect, as it fills with static just a few moments later. You can barely make out an inscription amidst the flow of rapidly changing symbols. Warning, data corrupted. All right, let's try 1, nope, 2, nope, 3, nope. 4, nope. The protocol has been executed. The pass has been opened. Cool. 5, that's already been opened. 6. It's going to take a long time to tell us that another door has been opened. We can go ahead and skip that. Logic, how about that? Test failed. Unfortunate. Turn to the list of commands. Turn to the main. Oops. Open all doors. And choose 6. It's a quiet hum. Nothing there. Main elevator controls. Few manipulations with the switches make you realize the elevator to the upper chambers is blocked. Activate the elevator. Processing query. Confirmed. Return to the list of the available commands and step away from the cogitator. All right, so the logic check that we failed allows you to use logic instead of tech use to open this door. So we'll just go ahead and try to do tech use, and hey, it works. We're all good. And this is available, and this is, ooh, sniper rifle. Oh, but you know what? I think this time I don't have anybody who uses it. Usually, that if I was playing as a sniper rifle character, this would be the first sniper rifle that I had received, and this would be a momentous occasion. But unfortunately, that's not the case here.
I tread a path unexplored.
No, choose to sleep. Sorry, no problem, Greg. Take care, man. Glad you're able to stop by. I like Malal because Undivided was my first army in '99, and for all my love for Chaos, the 4 Chaos gods are verifiably goofs.
Let's seize the opportunity.
Wait, so I want to know though, what makes Malal less of a goof than the other Chaos god? Wrong character. What do you mean wrong character, Marcus?
Intriguing.
Ooh. Just letting you know that Navigator, she's going crazy right now. We need to hurry.
Embrace true power.
So there's a puzzle at the end of here. We're not going to bother with it because I'm not in the mood. It just gives you, solving it doesn't provide any XP. It just gives you some consumables that you can use. It's not a big deal. Synthetic amniotic fluid pools across the floor. Barely discernible traces stretch to the side opposite the entrance. Caustic stench of reagents sears your nostrils and broken glass crunches underfoot. Somebody wanted to destroy the laboratory or find something. Oh, for the sniper excitement. Yeah. If I was playing the Imperial character, that would have been fantastic. In fact, I passed this point in our Let's Play and was very happy about it. They all just lost their minds. Please don't kill me. All right. So this is the puzzle. You can basically combine some stuff, make some consumables. It's not worth it in my opinion. We're just gonna move on.
The world trembles beneath
Cassia.
my
Oh,
feet.
you know what? I don't think we took a moment to appreciate her statue, which I think looks super freaking cool. The Lady Navigator statue looks pristine and new. I agree. Couldn't agree more. All right.
Compared to naval service, that was barely a challenge.
Okay, and we're back now.
I tread a path unexplored.
There's supposed to be a way you can do this. Let's find out here. Let's see what happens when we talk with him. Felic Orilio, it looks a little better. His tangled hair is now neatly braided. His wounds are tightly bandaged, and there is some healthy color under the scales on his cheeks. You dealt with the threat and powered the elevator. Well done. I trust you brought the activation rod as well. Remember, every second of hesitation may cost my mistress her life. Idira suddenly cocks her head and drives her nails deep into her shoulder. Then she starts mumbling. The crossroads. There are 2 paths, both stained with blood, both leading to the accursed eye. They all wear masks, so poor and flimsy. They fall at the slightest touch, one hiding a blind man, another a traitor. Tell me more. What paths? I cannot say. One is paved with blind faith, the other with hatred and treachery. Both lead to tragedy. You simply have to decide what kind of tragedy you like the most. Who is who? Who do you see behind the mask? My whisperers are giggling nastily. They will not speak, the naughty little things. They say that tearing off the mask is your concern. Ah, thank you. Everything is clear now. Idira nods tiredly and glances at Felic out the corner of her eye. This station has enough problems without your sorcery, Psyker. Felic waves Idira off and looks at you expectantly. I have many questions regarding what happened on the station. You think they are worth the life of my mistress? Who is the child mentioned in the documents and reports found on the station? You meddled with something that should have been left alone. The keeper folds his arms and shakes his head disapprovingly. The child is what the station's servants call Lady Cassia, for the commoners' dirty mouths must not sully her name by uttering it. You see, it is not beneficial for all servants to have their vocal organs altered. Some prove to be more useful when they are still able to speak. The madmen I fought were convinced that we were the traitors. Fella gives you a different shrug. That's why they are insane. Will you really heed the ramblings of retainers who dared to raise their hand against the scions of a noble bloodline? The servants alone cannot be blamed for what happened on the station. Most corpses I discovered were either unarmed or feeble. Did you really think mere servants could plan a coup? The senior officers are just as guilty. Half of my guards butchered one another because they suspected treason. As for the real culprit, the coup was staged by those closest to the mistress. Destroying the shuttles, shutting off the power, and disabling the security systems? Come on now, too many things require special access. Access available only to the keeper of the station. As I'm sure you are aware, there were two keepers of the station. Your guess is absolutely correct. Theobald Orilio, the demented old man obsessed with Lady Cassia and her power, and also the one to blame for the woes that have befallen Yrilet 5 and our noble line. I listened to a recording of a private conversation between the station's officers. You were very lenient toward them, purposefully neglecting the security protocols. I was lenient, this is true, and in the end I paid a steep price for it. Just look at the destruction around us. The insurgents have left almost nothing of my home. The keeper spits out the last few words with particular bitterness. I saw the security captain's reports. Only the keepers have access to the station systems, but Theobald stayed at his side the entire time and could not have initiated the self-destruct protocol. Which means he did it before the report was filed, or maybe after, or Felic's stern face twists in disgust. You dare suspect me of what happened? The one who was going out of his way to preserve what little there is still left? By the God, Emperor, you will keep these slanderous accusations to yourself. Going into Starfinder, I'm stuck between an evolutionist who grafts undead organs into his body, as well as growing claws as spit, or an engineer with an AI sniper bot. Well, with that comparison, the engineer sounds boring in comparison, 3. Did that portrait for your MC come with the game, or is it a custom one? It is a custom one. One of the longtime subscribers of the channel, Longest, also known as Camera, he made it for me. If you, the build I did for Lord Highlander, that same rogue trader, there's a link to the spreadsheet in the folder, in the description, and it goes to a rogue trader folder. In that folder is not only the build, but also this portrait, in case anybody else wanted to use it. You're welcome to. You will post it on YouTube. It's, if you're talking about the portrait, it's in that same folder. Alcat needs to hire you as a narrator. Thanks, completionist. I appreciate you. Enough lies, Felic. I'm certain that you're the one behind this coup. Felic nods warily. I suppose it is time to remove my mask. Congratulations, you've got me. But did you really expect me to be sincere this entire time? To welcome you with open arms and ally to Stephanie and her monster, the accursed child who has tormented the navigators of House Orilio for years? Don't make me laugh. You arrived to help her completely destroy our house, and I cannot let that happen. What are you babbling about? I know nothing of this Tisiphone or monsters of any kind. You do not? Felic hesitates for quite a while. In that case, accept my sincere apology for the deception and my earlier behavior. I had no intention of making an enemy of a von Valancia's heir, nor of destroying the station that served as my home for many years. It left me no choice. You cannot even imagine what monster lurks in the upper chambers. An evil, a plague, a pestilence on our bloodline that seeks to destroy House Orilio from within. And Theobald and his followers, just mindless fanatics serving this evil. Lady Cassia is a scion of a merciless tyrant, but it is not her relation to Symphony that is terrifying. She is a monster whose power drives servants insane in mere terms. A cursed child who can kill a navigator from the Orilio bloodline with just a look. I alone managed to get close enough to her over the years. She lowered her guard and trusted me, and at long last, I rid my house of the curse. This is the truth. All navigators are abominable mutants and monsters, so what? Felic clutches the precious staff in her hand, resembling a kraken's tentacle. I may be a mutant, and yet monsters may wear many a pleasant guise. Do not believe everything you see. Monster's death will convince you with your cursed child. If your cursed child agrees to become my navigator, I will gladly rid you of this burden. You do not understand. This is... Felic stops mid-sentence, makes a brief pause, and then nods to himself. You are correct. This may work. It certainly is possible. You are going to need this charm. Felic hands you a precious stone without a setting. Its luminous surface remains cold to the touch, no matter how long you hold it in your hand. If you manage to press it against the monster's skin, whether by force or by guile, the baleful influence of her powers will recede. You will be able to take her and leave the station. Glowing stone. Why not? Cool. Thank you for always sharing your gameplay. Absolutely, Solar. My pleasure. Someone could probably do the engineered justice in description, but I love those weird classes that would get characters' brows arcing and backpedaling. Evolutionist is exactly that. Still, having a stealthy Bob Buddy sounds cool. I personally always love engineer-type classes when I'm playing role-playing games, but based on the comparison that you provided and knowing how you are, chose the undead version. Starfinder CRPG would be nice. People keep saying that. But I've heard conflicting reports. There's some people who just want Pathfinder to do Owlcat rather to do a sci-fi game in the Pathfinder universe. But I've also heard multiple people say the mechanics in Starfinder are actually kind of trash compared to Wrath of the Righteous. So like Wrath of the Righteous is one version of Pathfinder, Starfinder is another version of Pathfinder. Starfinder's mechanics is the worst. Right, exactly. See? So 3 concurs, yeah. The mechanics are terrible. It's almost installed. That's awesome, Hensler. Hope you enjoy it, man. The pale figure with unnaturally long limbs stands with her arms raised, her hands deformed with talon-like nails. Her deathly pale face is coated with blood that continually streams from her scarlet misted eyes. Her spiny gills, slightly hidden under her disheveled hair, twitch nervously at your approach. Only now do you notice the third eye on the young woman's forehead, hidden by a jeweled ornament. And when your eyes meet, you sense overwhelming, soul-smothering power. You are enveloped in despairing grief, and an invisible hand closes around your throat, cutting off your breath. Your limbs seem to fill with lead, your heart hammers in your chest, and the desire to turn and flee from this room, from this station, almost gets the better of you. At the last moment, you master your emotions, and your will pushes back against the illusion, forcing it to retreat. Idira emits something between a moan and a drawn-out whimper. Ow, ow, ow! As if my own little pals weren't bad enough, now this one's barging into my head. Somebody stop her! Heresy. Argenta looks at the tall figure with a strange mixture of anger and sadness. Then she lowers her head, and her white hair veils her face. Probably. Ooh, Aguilar does have some persuasion to him. I didn't know that. Abelard, is this? Lady Cassia, I presume. The Seneschal stares in the Lady Navigator's direction with a faraway look, then turns sharply away and awkwardly wipes at his eye. What vile creature is this? Argenta, rid the world of this heresy. Argenta is painfully slow in reaching for a weapon, and the next moment her head drops to her chest. I cannot. The face of the Sister of Battle twists in anger, but her cheeks are glistening with tears. Persuasion. Lady Cassia, I am here to help you. Please, calm yourself. That might have worked. She warily shakes her head and lets out a drawn-out sound similar to both a sob and the howl of a small wounded animal. What is happening? Was someone calling my name? Are all the betrayers dead already? And you, who are you? I am looking for a navigator to join my crew. You look like you'll do. I? Cassia blinks in surprise as her pointed nails reach for the jewel on her forehead. I am afraid I cannot respond to such an unexpected... What is this? I feel faint. Starfinder's lore, though, it's universe. Oh, it's freaking fantastic. Oh, really? Played Starfighter once. I couldn't keep the two health pulls straight. Just clear the place out in the name of the Emperor. Starfighter is trash. You absolutely bust that bells in space. 40K is a far better choice than Starfinder. I would much prefer an Iron Gods Numeria, Mad Max factions, Conan swords and sorcery, dark technological sorcery, warping life around it. What I keep hearing about are the Rune Lords. That doing the Rune Lords version of Pathfinder would be really, really cool. In new tabletop RPGs, I just bought the Vampire Masquerade 5e. Really? How is it? Do you like it? Demas, what's going on, man? How are you? I'm vibrating my seat. Nice. Drop off hard. Fun. Seriously thinking of buying it. What's going on, Fausto? Yeah, I've only played the first 3 acts, so I can't comment on the last 2, but through the first 3 acts, I think this game is fantastic. Early game is all right, if cumbersome, but the shortfalls become apparent early mid-game. Interesting, so Owlcat would have to do a lot of custom work. Dropping by to say hello, leaving immediately to avoid spoilers. I completely understand, Demas. Hope you enjoy your time with the game, dude. Core book 2, I'd be down for some Vampire. I really do love the Vampire the Masquerade universe. I'm one of those few people still rooting for Bloodlines 2 to be good. The heavy-set old man who has been kneeling nearby erupts into low sobs. His eyes, swollen from crying, dart desperately around the room, as though the veil of ignorance has just been ripped away from them. The child, Lady Cassia, where are you? Sacred child, though preserved. Despite his vulnerable age, the Navigator leaps up and rushes to the young woman's side. You. The old man shifts, revealing his face to you. It is threaded with jet black veins, and its bulging, milky eyes bear striking resemblance to those of a dead fish. A sickly sweet scent assaults your nostrils, as if the old man's flesh is rotting inside his decaying husk. My eyes fail me, for they are unable to make you out as either enemy or ally. I'm warning you, one wrong move will bring the wrath of House Orilio down upon your head. Watch out, Lord Captain. This one so deranged is making the Whispers shriek like crazy. He might just open that eye of his. Threatening the head of the dynasty is a grave offense, esteemed, whoever you are. Abelard places a hand on his weapon. Persuasion. At present, I am trying to determine what is happening on Urac 5. I'll grant you do not look like pirates who have come coveting the riches of a wrecked station, or like scoundrels in Felic's service. So who are you? Abelard, introduce us. Her Ladyship, Rogue Trader Commander High Slanderer von Valancius, heir to the greatest protectorate in the Coronis Expanse, and bearer of the sacred ward of trade, extends her greetings. Another rogue trader in our corner of the galaxy? How interesting. Your kind always make an appearance in desperate times, ready to cut a deal that benefits one side alone. Given that you have not so far drawn your weapons, your intentions are probably peaceful, and so House Orilio now asks a service of you. save the life of the child in exchange for future cooperation. Do not hurry to answer. Think on it. You can make yourself an ally or an enemy of our house today. You decide. I want to know what happened between you and Felic. Felic is my wayward student. He came to Yrilet 5 as a callow youth. I personally mentored him and entrusted him with the care of the child. He was like a son to me, but he proved to be just another traitor. He sought to steal our most precious treasure, the heir of our house, our sacred child, to revel in power with others like him, casting our house into the abyss, to pervert the centuries-long traditions of our family. You can see the fruits of his villainy for yourself. He decided he was not bound by his duties to the legacy of the greatest of our novitors, to Sophoni Orilio, who led our house to prosperity for countless years. Foolish boy. The renegades clouded his mind. They sought to seize control of the dynasty before the sacred child had come of age and taken up the Novator's throne. So choose whose side you're on, murderous traitor or the lawful scion of a noble house. Felic said that the child is a monster, a legacy of tyranny that must be wiped out. You believe him? After everything he has done to the station? Felic only wishes to dispose of the heir and take the reins in his blood-stained hands. Do not besmirch Lady Cassia's good name. The child is the holiest and most innocent creature on this entire station. Digging the Pillars universe. Ooh, as far as worlds go, that's one I'd like to see more of. So with many of us, I'm seriously rooting for Pillars 3. We'll do farewell. Take care, Damas. I'm glad this game is fun. Yeah, absolutely, I'm enjoying it. Gangrel for life. Oh, that's your clan? What is my... I really do like Bruja, but I'm a big fan of Malkavian as well. Those are probably my two favorites. I want a good Vampire the Masquerade game so much. Oh, speaking of which, the fact that Bloodlines 2 isn't going to have Malkavian as one of the clan options. Oh, a freaking tragedy. A freaking tragedy. I don't understand the decision making that's happening over there. Vampire the Masquerade game so much. Yeah, one day. I think I've got neuropathy in both my legs. What does that mean? What is neuropathy? You should be full of bolter holes right now. That's you live. Finally, YouTube notifications finally working. What's going on, Red Matt? Good to see you. Let's see. Felic is a true monster. I can't capture the monster from Felic's side. Ooh. You know what? Yeah. I'm sick of this station. I am taking Cassia, and you and Felic shall suffer a less enviable fate. Rash words that will cost you your life. The old Navigator balls his fist. The veins on his arm bulge black, and his third eye opens. To me, defenders of the child, duty calls us now. I've never done this fight before, so this should be interesting. Okay, 7 people, and they let them all run to the back? Well, that's kind of upsetting. Interesting. Ooh, and they stand, and Cassia stands up. And she's got 89 health. Oh, man, this is kind of rough. And then there's this dude here. We may not be able to do this, ladies and gents. All right, you know what? Oh, there we go. There goes our dental. Okay, cool. You can go here. These two, they're gonna get behind cover. Oh yeah. There we go. All right. How? 5%? We got a 5. They're just gonna dodge it to oblivion. That's unfortunate. What about you? 31%. That's a little better.
As the
Not
Emperor
much.
commands, I act.
This is not good.
Doubt is for the
We may
weak.
not be able to do this.
As the Emperor commands, I act.
Ooh. We are going to need.
I will do my duty.
We dodge that. Ooh.
It will be done.
Well, he hit that. Let's see how this goes. Oh, that's Theobald. Oh, that's Cassia down there. This is Theobald. Okay, cool. that was unfortunate.
My presence has failed me.
Mm-hmm. So she can't just, or at least she probably can't just unload with this, right? Yeah, because, wait, why is, oh, he hasn't won yet. All right, fine, you're batter up there. Fine.
Anything else? Well.
Yep, get you up out of here.
On it.
Yes, give Abdullah a little bit of that. You seem like you're gonna be hard to take down. We'll give you a little bit more of this. All right. Okay, this is a loss for sure, but it's second playthrough content in my opinion. If they did it the same way as it was done in the last game, then yeah, that's true. Because it was all about seeing what different dialogue options you would potentially get. All right, you're over there. Who are you? You're this guy. That's probably not doing all that much to you. Yeah, but
one step
it is
closer.
what it is. It helps and all that.
I will
Whoa,
triumph.
That seemed like it was virtually nothing.
Ruin beckons.
And that was literally 0. Wow. Well, at least the burn effect did a little bit. Ooh, you only hit him. Oh wow, she can't even, she doesn't even have the runaway thing
Guided
real
by
quick.
faith.
That was rough. You serious, man? Wait a minute. So that, doing all the way over there gives me 22%. Oh, this guy healed him for a considerable amount. All right.
Victory is imminent.
Are you serious? You know what? You probably don't hit all that hard anyway.
At
so
your beck and
I'm still
call.
going to just take the attack opportunity. Oh, he's ranged, so I don't even take an attack opportunity. Lovely. We're going to do some of this.
I will do
and we're
my
gonna do
duty.
this as well. And then let the chips fall where they may. Yep. Oh. Oh, this is annoying.
Just a minor
Neuropathy,
setback.
nerve damage. Oh, I'm sorry to hear that, man. That sounds unfortunate. Definitely sounds unfortunate. Do this. Debuff you this way. Debuff you this way. This should get past some of those defenses for sure, but it's not doing a ton of damage. Is that what I'm seeing? 9 damage? That's not getting it done. Okay. All right. Switch tactics. Stop paying attention to him. He's clearly not going down anytime soon. 16. Pick one.
I need no guidance.
You're up. There we go. Oh, I could have, you know, no. I did zero the last time I went after him, so just let him go. All right. Magenta, 52%. What is this? 27. And no way to increase it, apparently. Fine.
Faith without deeds is worthless. As the Emperor commands, I act.
It's 30.
Doubt is for the
30%.
weak. Eradicated.
Oh, man. Excellent.
High momentum.
And exactly the person I want to have it. So actually here we'll go.
Follow my lead.
This. Let's see if we can whittle some of that down. Yep, that's 14.
We'll rule the
that.
stars themselves.
We will rule the stars themselves.
Indeed.
There you go, Theobald.
At your back
There
and
you
forth.
go. This will be so cool. I've never been the one to kill Theobald. I've always sided with them. Yes. All right. Much better. Much better. I'll give you some of this. Do some of that armor. And then
Anything else?
Yeah, this should go ahead. Oh yeah. Much better.
But of course.
That cover's not gonna help you. already on fire.
I will triumph.
Let's put you on fire as well. That's what I should have done from the
Purpose
beginning.
guides me.
Put everybody on fire and then start eliminating them. Yeah, this is gonna be solid 5. This has at least a chance to go up to 6, but it'll probably
One
be a lot
step
less. But, yeah,
closer.
whatever. 4. All right, fine.
God Emperor, move through me. Be the fire in my heart.
A little late, but another reason why I'm unlikely to buy this because of Outcast DLC record. They gave us Civi Simulator and Time BS that in the end didn't really matter. You're talking about for Wrath of the Righteous? You're not a fan of Wrath of the Righteous DLC?
As the Emperor commands,
Love
I
playing
act.
tabletop
None can escape the
Vampire
Emperor's
the Masquerade Nosferatu. You go back and play Bloodlines, but need mod list advised. There's a pretty awesome patch for
Tried and tested tactics are the best
Bloodlines. I can't remember the name of it right now.
Victory
but
is imminent.
It's basically one where they addressed a
It will
ton
be
of the
done.
issues that the game has had. It's pretty much a must-have for the game at this point in order to make it work with current systems. So that is the #1 mod I would suggest that you add. There is a problem with Bloodlines where all mods don't really play nice with each other, even at this point. So you have to be really careful about which ones you apply. So it's hard to recommend more mods on top of that. What have you done? Don't touch me. I will manage on my own. Oh, come on now. Don't be that way, darling. I'm all you got. Ooh. Oh, she means it for real. Oh, okay. While no one appears to be living in the cage, somebody still filled the trial with dried fruit and fresh water. It is as if the paintings were rendered by several different hands. The timid, uncertain lines are interlaced with rough and furious strokes, coming together in arcane shapes. Ooh, it's all... Well, we don't need that. And we don't need that. This might be interesting, I don't know. So we'll collect that.
Intriguing.
The Lady Navigator's private library is brimming with essays, novels, and personal accounts from the trailblazers and explorers of the Imperium.
Embrace true power.
The luxurious feast was left untouched. She's just gonna run around? All right, you say so.
The world will bow.
Use fan late. Yeah, I know some people really didn't like the DLC for Wrath of the Righteous. I've been okay with it. I would have preferred post-game DLC, but at the same time, I know that's really hard considering how many different ways the game can go. So it's been all right. I could definitely see how it could be better, but I don't have an issue with it. So you have a level 83 already? What are you referring to? So picking my triumph. Oh, nice. Persuasion, commerce, or coercion. I think persuasion is the one that matters the most, but obviously if you're a more vicious type of character, then coercion might be more important to you. Rogue Trader, you came back. Your equal parts confusion and frustration in Felic's voice and dragged this monster along. Good. Cassia flinches at the Navigator's words and clenches her fist. Her sharp nails dig deep into her soft skin, drawing blood. Cassia's face, however, remains dispassionate. Traitor. Address Cassia. Be silent, monster. Is it not you who's been tormenting you? Actually, no, I don't care whether or not she's been tormented. Address Felic. I had up my end of the bargain, Felic. You are my navigator now. You ruined my home and killed Theobald. For this? He will deceive you just like he's been deceiving my people for all these years. The mossy fog is clouding your eyes, but deep in your heart, I can see the golden light of truth shining through. You know I am not lying to you. Oh, yes, about that. Felic Orilio shrugs awkwardly. Forgive me this little lie, rogue trader. You serve the noble cause of liberating House Orilio like no other, for which I will be forever grateful. We could have become close friends in another life. Liars like you, sir, do not deserve to call themselves friends of the dynasty. Abelard reaches for his weapon. Not that anyone has extended such an honor to you. However, the house's reputation must not be jeopardized by your testimony. The girl is a curse on all of Orilio. She is the legacy of Tisiphone, a beast who kept the entire house chained with fear, killing indiscriminately for any trace of dissent. I had to break the shackles of her tyranny. It is nothing personal, I'm sure you understand. The eye of the Navigator's forehead opens wide. Hide behind Cassia. The words get stuck in your throat and your hands refuse to obey. The hatred of Felic overwhelms your entire being. How could he? How dare he betray you? His mentor? His house? You hear a woman scream as if from afar, and the veil of others conjoining emotions fades. You think I am a monster, Felic? Fine. Have it your way.
Your struggles are in vain.
Stand your ground.
Ooh! She flat out took him out? That's kind of wild. Oh, this is unfortunate. I would have leveled up. I thought me and Felic were going to come to an agreement. Silly me. Oops. Yeah, I didn't realize it was going to end up with me having to massacre him. But that's quite all right. There, and yeah, you over here. We can start dealing with them, and Cassia, I guess, is just gonna do whatever she likes to do. All right, do beep beep boo. Ooh, yeah, that's not worth it. It's just a 5 on all of them. So here, can I hit you? No, I can't. So yeah,
I
guess we
need
can
no
do that.
guidance. Ruin
This will
beckon.
help to make sure when a deer hits them up, it does actually kill them.
I will triumph.
Wait, did that do 0 damage? Or did like 2 damage? Good lord. Come on now. Yeah, see. Then when the flames get through, it might take out a strike of terror pierces the heart. Uh-oh. That doesn't sound good. Sophistry, what's going on, man? How are you? Navigator, you just murked the whole family for. Bob, what's going on, man? How are you? The mossy fog is clouding your eyes, bro. Just few purple bits just duped his entire existence. Yep, basically. And she could do it to your enemies as well.
Resolve is
Ooh,
unshaken.
good lord, that was unfortunate. That was unfortunate. Now you're out in the open. Wow, they're ripping through our psychers. Yeah, see, this is already not going well. Well, you know what?
I will bathe this battlefield in righteous fury.
Yeah,
I'll
most
do
of
it.
them. Come on now.
Faith
You could do
without
better.
deeds is worthless.
Let's try this
As
again.
the Emperor commands,
There you go. Still didn't kill nobody. Nobody died? That's all right.
I've seen worse battles than this in my time. One to a target.
Excellent.
At your beck and call. I took care of this one.
Excellent. Abelard absolutely
It will be
handling
done.
business. What is he doing? What just happened? He just walked. Did y'all see that? He just walked away from me.
A blood-soaked tribute.
And oh, did she pull him? I don't know.
Deliver us.
If you, I was about to say, if she did a swing with her staff like she's a melee fighter, I was gonna be pissed.
Dare you?
All right. Pull this rope. You're on fire. I don't have to worry about you. What about you? You're not going to kill him, so let's make sure you're down for the count when your turn comes around. Good Lord, really? All right. And then her, you should, ooh, 6. I'm not sure if that'll be enough, but you know what? We're gonna let it go.
What of course.
Boom, 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 boom. Symphony is literally one of the stronger Furies.
Was that you? Or
I wonder if the Symphony is actually like in Warhammer lore. Ooh, she did not kill her. That was unfortunate. And I should have done just all the way around. That was not good. Oh, okay, cool. Fire took care of you. That's nice at least. Something going right.
Rejoice in battle.
Get one shot anyway.
As the Emperor commands.
Yep,
I
go
am.
ahead. There we go. Almost got some momentum.
My place is at the fore.
My place is at the
Victory is imminent. It will be done.
Indeed, imminent. Can we?
At your beck and
How did you not give me a heroic act off of that? Stun, stun, stun. There we go. Stun. Excellent. I'm really the wrong person to be using this for, but you know
Destiny.
what? I'll do it anyway.
Reshaped. One
See
step
how it works.
closer.
One of these will hit you. There we go.
A man synced in the pursuit of power. Is your hatred of me really so strong, Felic?
Well, I don't know if 40K Warhammer is the same though. Cassia's ruby eyes filled with bloody tears as she looks the traitor in the face, and your heart is racked by unbearable grief. Would you explain what just happened? You killed Felic just by looking at him.
I did what ought to be done to renegades of House Orilio. You need not worry, rogue trader. I have no such power over the lives of ordinary people.
A useful gift. I like it.
You are engulfed in an aurora of crimson, your hope for pain and battle. But my gift will not help you with that.
Enough tears. You're coming with me now.
And if I refuse?
Cassia juts out a trembling chin and gives you a defiant look.
What are you going to do to me?
High Slanderer isn't sure if this chick might open up her eyes and obliterate her, so we'll choose the compassionate option. Lady Cassia, I, Commander High Slanderer von Valancius, rogue trader of the Imperium of Man, offer you my protection and grant you shelter aboard my vessel.
I beg your pardon, but what about my servants? Your Act 5 is still full of people loyal to House Orilio.
All who can be saved will be given succor on board my ship, no problem. The Lady Navigator ponders your words for a short while.
As a Lady Navigator of House Orilio, I accept your gracious offer of protection. Please, take me to your vessel. I can no longer bear the pain of this place.
Yeesh. All right. And now Cassia is officially a part of our group. My name is hereby named Orlando Septimus. So, are you going noble officer?
Let's seize the opportunity.
You. Poor Felic. Sorry, buddy. Ooh, couple of las guns here. I don't think I need them, but we'll check them just in case. All right. First, weapons. Cassia, what kind of navigator? Right, castigating. That's exactly what I want you using. So we'll add this to cargo. Deadshot revolver. Can you use this? You can. And you know, we'll go ahead and give you that. Add this to cargo. Anybody need a sniper rifle? You know what? I forgot. I like having a sniper rifle as a backup for her, just in case things go poorly. Ripper auto pistol. This can actually sometimes be nice with that 8 rate of fire. Forgot about that. But what's the range? 6? Yeah, 6 is good. Yeah, we're good. Keep this around for now. Heretical adherent. Okay, can't do that yet. Oh wait, castigating. Isn't that the one I like? I do. 610. And it does nothing different. So yeah, we're good on this. And then long lines. Yeah, we're getting iron this to cargo as well. Whoa, Magic Jake just became a sponsor. Thank you so much. Glad you've been enjoying the channel. Appreciate the support. Love to give sucker aboard my ship. All of these, I don't care. Just pick a name already. Nice. Yeah, and one. I thought it would be fun to embrace the snootiness. Why not? Absolutely, why not? Abelard, can you use this? 20%? No, but she might be able to. What's your armor looking like? 20% as well? All right. And you, 20, you're only 15%, right? That's 15%. Actually, though, wait. Now I think about it. I'm gonna need, yeah, and your stuff is important. So yeah, we're gonna add this to cargo. And then 20%, there we go. You can take this one, there we are. And then we can add that to cargo. Anything here? Yes, there's some things here. 5 fellowship, you could take this. Commerce and Lower Imperium, you could take that. +5 bonus to persuasion, you could take that. Every time the wearer deals damage, the target's weapon skill and ballistic skill is reduced by 5 for 2 rounds, stacks up to 3 times. You could take that. Yes, you could take that. And increase critical hit chance, critical hit chance. You should have that. And you could take this. Yes. Now, can you use med kits? Whoa, I don't have any med kits? Who's got all the med kits? You got all the med kits. Question, can you use them? You cannot. So you might as well keep having all the med kits. Fine. Now, what's your deal? Characteristics, still willpower. I get another power now. Orchestrate flames. Target does not stop burning and no longer make tests to stop burning. Additionally, the target is an ally. Every melee attack that ally makes inflicts full burning damage on targets of their attack, while they themselves now only suffer half damage from burning from now on. My question is, can you use this on allies who are not already burning? Or do they have to be burning first in order for this to trigger? And what does full burning damage mean? This psychic power only impacts creatures suffering from warp burn or burning. Everyone adjacent to the target point suffers the effects of the ignite. Everyone adjacent to you. Yeesh. You know, we'll go with orchestrate flames first. It seems like that'll probably be easier to apply than that option, at least at first. Then you, what's the deal? Oh, this taunting screen. Definitely want you to have that, and we'll take athletics. What's your deal? You don't get an ability here? That's weird. You're not ready for another side rating. Thriving in peril. In combat that ally becomes a target of the psych. They gain +10. Oh, you know what? Yeah, we'll give you this for now. Why not? Help at least for now. And then you, ballistic skill, most definitely. Rapid fire, most definitely. Why does it seem like No, okay, they are all at the same level. Man, they force you to take Inspire Courage. I really hate that. All right, willpower. And then for this, first thing I want is the one that allows you to get the dodge you need. Master of Time Mana, no. Open to the warp. That's okay. Here we go. If the navigator's perception is higher than their agility, their dodge is calculated using perception instead. We'll take that. And then, oh, get another option. Excellent. So I guess we'll just take the other one, that's Strange Vitality, right? No, it's not Strange Vitality. Wait. Heals, willpower, bonus wounds at the beginning of every turn, gains 1 additional wound. No, that's not the one that I was thinking of. Open. Undamn, natural lore. Where isn't there one that says here? Blood augury, ebb and flow, nice. Tonicity, mind over matter, open to the warp. What is pass unscathed? Oh, you already, yep, I already took that. Strange Vitality, Perilous Ways, Threads and Faults, Unblinking Stare. Wasn't there one that +5 Fellowship, yeah, Veil of Protection? I swear there was one that made her wounds scale off different option as well, but you know, we'll take Strange Vitality instead, and willpower, and there we go. Finally. All right. What possesses a possessing demon ghost to possess the world's slowest animal? Needs to scream it out off with. Could be that I put out a sloth teddy bear thing and said, I saw the sloth move. Oh man, you gotta love kids. got to love kids. All right, save that.
The world trembles beneath my feet.
Absolutely. Duke Orlando Septimus Eos Benria de Val of Calixis. I love this character choice already. Yeah. That's that unique noble dialogue. Think you're going to run into Gene Stealers or GS cults or Nurgle worshippers? Definitely Nurgle worshippers. Or, you know, as conscious as they are of their worship. Pretty sure I'll run into Gene Stealers as well. Don't know about GS cults, though. What does GS stand for? This is the same child that swore on the Bible, Captain American comic book, that I swear it was wrong. Lord Captain, Lady Navigator, welcome aboard. The Sanctum Navis has been prepared for the communion ritual, but if the Lady Navigator wishes to rest in her quarters first, your heart starts beating furiously. Your breath comes short and choppy, and your fingertips tingle unpleasantly. You notice that Victus is shivering slightly, and the crew are glancing around in puzzlement, searching for the source of this sudden wave of unease. Without even looking at the Voxmaster, Cassia waves her away. First, I wish to speak with the rogue trader. Leave us. Of course, when you're ready for the ritual, please let me know. Gene Stealer cults. Gene Stealer cults. That I'm not sure of, but Gene Stealers and Nurgle worshippers, for sure. Cassia sweeps her pensive gaze over Vigdis, then, lowering her lashes slightly, turns to you. What do you wish to speak about? After a few seconds hesitation, Cassia lets out a small exhale and then raises her pointed chin. I have not yet thanked you for saving me on the station. My thoughts were clouded with so much mournful ash when Theobald's heart stopped, but you acted honorably and did not exploit me in my wretched position, and for that, I am immeasurably grateful. I am also deeply grateful that you saved my servants, especially my valet. Uwe served on the station for more than 5 years, much longer than any who preceded him. He knows how to properly attend to me during journeys through the Immaterium and what to serve me for breakfast. His presence envelops me in a cloak of amber. But now, Cassia throws back her shoulders. I am ready to go to the Sanctum Navis and perform the sacred rite. I require brushes, canvas, and the best paint you have on board, but no red. Why are you asking for these items? Now is not the time to indulge in painting. You are asking questions, the answers to which you cannot comprehend. Perhaps I may explain it all to you at a later time, but now our time is too precious to waste. As a navigator of House Orilio, I give you my word that without canvas and paint, we have little hope of a smooth journey through the warp. I have no reason to lie. Tell me more about what the ritual entails. I doubt the uninitiated can understand the mysteries of navigation, but I shall try to explain the essence of it. I must merge my mind and will with the machine spirit of the ship so that I become one with the vessel. Cassia lifts a lock of hair from the back of her neck, revealing gilded implant ports. After that, I use the House Orilio ritual, which I am loath to reveal to you, to free my mind of all errant thoughts. And then it is time to open my third eye and peer to the depths of the warp itself. Among the nightmarish visions, mirages, and creatures of the abyss, only the light of the Emperor is the truth that will lead me from star to star, from sister to sister. Oh, the light, the guiding thread, so fine it can slip from one's grasp at any moment. Cassia unfurls her hand as though dropping something. But you have nothing to worry about. The navigators of House Orilio never lose their course. Why do you refuse red paint? Cassia gestures toward the servant standing beside her. Uwe will give of his blood before the ritual, as always. Hey, the last day navigator babe, I'm not going away before the ritual. No, it's fine. I shall ensure that all the necessary supplies are delivered to the Sanctum Navis. Cassia nods and thanks. I shall take my leave of you for the duration of the rite. I ask that you do not follow me. Few can survive the gaze of my warp eye when it is open. Going to wait until the price drops on the game. Okay, understand. Is there something specific that makes you hesitant about the game, or you just want a cheaper price in general? Lord Captain, I will oversee the open channel between the Lady Navigator and the bridge, and may the Emperor's light help us all. The Voxcaster in the Sanctum Navis picks up the susurration of clothes, pious chanting, and the metallic click of implants. Then the serene voice of the Lady Navigator breaks the silence, initiating communion ritual. Come here, Uwe, the exultant ring of metal freed from its scabbard, the low sob of the servant. Oof. The rhythmic drip of liquid on canvas, the faint whisper of the brush. Go. Footsteps hurrying away. I see violet vortexes lashing an ocean with a million flails, and umber shadows spinning over the surface in a fiery dance. A storm rising above foaming waters, armadas drowning in fog. The path from one end to another cannot be seen. And here, beyond the wall of glass, a daughter forsaken by her father yearns for her brother, and the sun's pale disk goes in tireless pursuit. Of her, no, of me. Its frozen rays lie that spring is here. The light is deadened. The great ruler is gone. The Voxmaster recoils at Cassia's words and accidentally snaps one of the cogitator levers. The panel beneath her fingers emits sparks, and the Voxcaster falls silent. She quickly flips a series of switches and bows guiltily. My abject apologies for cutting out the broadcast, Lord Captain. I have never heard the warp speaking through a navigator before. The connection is restored now. It will not happen again. Voxmaster, see to it that you receive 5 lashes for this show of clumsiness. What is happening to Cassia? Soul-shredding screams drown out the Vox transmission. The servants in the Sanctum Navis are howling and shrieking like wild beasts, moaning in pain, their throats raw from the strain. And then, sudden silence. The dull thud of dropping bodies proclaims their fate. It appears the servants were part of the Lady Navigator's rite, as it was for her predecessor. I will arrange for the bodies to be removed from the Sanctum Navis after the ritual, or what is left of them. Rogue Trader, I fear I have unfortunate news. Endless blackness has spread across the canvas, dividing what should be whole in two, and my sight cannot glimpse the light of the Emperor as clearly as before. I cannot turn around. My brush only draws me onward. The way is blocked. You hear a heavy exhale, rustling fabric, and metallic clicking. By the Emperor's grace, the ritual was successful. Your vessel's temperament presented a challenge. Its cold steel grip did not allow me to breathe freely even for a second. It was as if the depths of the ship housed not only machine spirits, but something other. Now I'll retreat to my chambers to recover my strength. Send for me if you have need of me. Lord Captain, congratulations on acquiring a Navigator. Spare me a few moments of your time, please. There are several matters that require your attention. First of all, I want to report on the condition of the station, Yrilet 5. I'm giving the game some time to breathe post-launch, to iron out bugs, patch some things, and ultimately get an even better package for a lower price. A win-win. Got you. Makes sense. That absolutely makes sense. But I will just point out, from my perspective, out of all the Outcat games I played, this is by far the most stable game at launch. Like, it's way better than Wrath of the Righteous, and of course, anything's better than Kingmaker. So, really happy with the state of the game. I've definitely run into some bugs, though, that I'm sure they'll be working on and patching. So, yeah, you will get a better package overall down the line. Had you opted to begin your visit to the Rycat system with a different destination, the station could have become critically unstable. Fortunately, the decision to immediately visit the representatives of Navis Nobilite brought us some precious time. We can either send our forces to disassemble the station and procure technological components for our own vessel, or attempt to save as many valuables as we can. Loot everything, from jewelry to the very last manuscript. As you command, Lord Captain, and we get 2 more profit factor in the bargain. With your permission, I would also like to remind you that we are still looking for an engine seer prime. Both the vessel and its machine spirits are in desperate need of oversight by an experienced tech priest. We are also missing some crew, and, much more importantly, we have not yet located Heinrix van Kalatz, the right hand of the Lord Inquisitor. Now we know for sure he was not at Yrilet 5, so keep this in mind when making any future plans. Why is it always business with you, Victus? Couldn't you sometimes just visit and tell me how wonderful everything is? Certainly, Lord Captain. If you're interested, this week passed with a record low rate of minor disturbances on the lower decks. A senior technomat from Shift 8 came up with a new formula for a lubricant used in kitchen servitor and plant maintenance. The quartermaster of store compartment 11 reported recently that we are spending ceremonial decorations at least 20% slower than expected, which means we have enough tablecloths, carpets, and lamps to last us 15 years of grand receptions instead of 10. Even considering that some of the stock was burned during the cultist attack on the vessel. Thank you, Victus. This will be all for now. As it pleases you, Lord Captain. All right. So, Navigator ritual finished. Let's go back to the bridge and actually have a conversation with Cassia. Then we'll have a conversation with Victus, and then we'll head to our next mission.
Words cannot describe how boring the bridge is without our stimulating conversations.
Tell me about yourself.
I am a part of House Orilio, an ancient dynasty of the Navis Nobilite. Since time immemorial, our family
I saved
has
the red
served
map
to
as soon as we got off the
advance
conversation. I
knowledge,
saved it.
pushing
Thanks.
at the boundaries of the dark unknown. The Starway Atlas contains 2,843 routes that chart the sectors of the Segmentum Obscurus and reach all the way from the Coronis Expanse to Holy Terra.
I know it's probably not going to happen, but I really want at the end of my Imperium run to see Holy Terra. I would love for my character to be able to go to essentially the Holy Land, but it's probably way too far away. Navigators identify so strongly with their house. It must be difficult for you not to be able to lean on your elders. but you have my word that I will look after you. So, after seeing everything Cassia is capable of, now Highlander is like, I want to keep you close because you're just going to help my own power.
You will? That would be most appreciated, Lord Captain.
So you've never lived anywhere other than Yrilet 5?
Hardly. According to the chronicles of the house, I was born on one of the Orilio worlds. Oh, what was it? Please forgive me, Lord Captain. My childhood memories are too vague. Sometimes I dream about the colorful birds that built their nests in the garden, or the servants dressed in purple livery, or the blue fog that rolled over the lowlands behind the palace. But everything is covered in a rosy haze. Perhaps it is my imagination, not my memory, that is painting these pictures.
I didn't even think about that, Hensler, but that comparison is absolutely on point. Horgus worm in space. That's awesome. Tell me about your life on the station.
My stay on the station was wholly dedicated to preparing me for my future duty. Astromancy, astrography, numerology, the histories of my house and the Imperium, as well as other disciplines. For many years, dozens of instructors tirelessly prepared me for my destiny. And once a year, Great Regent Alronto would come to the station. He would entrust his beautiful vessel to my command, so that I could master the practical aspects of our art as well.
Did you have friends? Someone you could turn to for a simple conversation, not a discussion of yet another lecture?
The Regent gave me a bird from a sunlit planet once. I tried to befriend it and make it sing, but for some reason, it refused, and died soon after. The instructors were too respectful of my duty to my house to waste precious time on idle chatter. Aside from them, there were only servants on the station, and you know they have their vocal cords removed, so they cannot break their vow of silence. And since the subject has been breached, Lord Captain, why do you not follow this honored tradition? Your decks are so garish. Apologies, I meant noisy. The rabble don't just chatter. Sometimes they shout and even sing. Why do you allow such a lack of restraint? Rogue traders are highborn, are they not?
We're watching on double feature with Santa Claus versus Marazhai. Nice. How would you rate the combat so far? What's going on, Rick? So that's an interesting question. I personally enjoy the combat, but I do see the weaknesses of it and see why some people might not like it. So I don't know if you played Wrath of the Righteous. Wrath of the Righteous, it was all about pre-buffing, right? So every time you slept, you had to spend a long time buffing all your characters and making sure they had certain protections on them before a fight started. If you didn't do that, they were basically incompetent. Well, here is the exact opposite. There's no pre-buffing whatsoever. However, within combat during your turn, you have to stack certain buffs or debuffs on yourself or the enemy in order for your attacks to connect properly, right? So for some people, they feel like, hey, every turn I have to do all these things in order to be able to properly attack, and they don't like it. Personally, I like it because oftentimes you have a party of 6, you could be facing 30 enemies, right? And you need to be able to chain your attacks in a way where you can defeat 4, 5, or 6 enemies off in one turn in order to be effective. I think that's really cool. I think it not only is it cool from a combat perspective, but also it conveys the feeling of almost you against the world. The whole world is going crazy, and they're trying to take away what rightfully belongs to you, and you're basically taking it all back by sheer force of will. That's reinforced not only through the story, but also in the combat encounters as well. And so I really appreciate it. So that probably doesn't really answer your question. I like the combat. That basically, bottom line, long story short, I like it, but I understand that there are weaknesses in it that, you know, cause issues for some people. Just remember slang the most ancient words of game. What's going on, Wanderlust? How are you? Game of wisdom. Violence is not the answer. Excessive violence is. So if you cannot beat him, stab him. Nice. Yeah, Rick, that's another reason I really like combat. Love, love, love the 6-party size. And let's be honest, most of the games we get these days, they don't allow you to have a party that big. So that actually earns like super points for me, being able to do that. You know what? You have a point. It's about time we made the decks quieter. I will have the lower ranks stripped of their vocal cords.
I am sure you will rectify this shortcoming in no time at all.
Your third eye, do you always conceal it?
The Navigator's open eye is baneful to whoever the warp's ruinous shine falls upon, and therefore it is the symbol of our power. We are the guiding stars of humanity, found worthy of an uncommon gift, and one of the duties that we bear is to guard our eye, even from wayward glances that may bear evil. Besides, I am aware that lesser servants of the Imperium may find our appearance repulsive. The Navigator gene twists the features the rabble are used to seeing, and the magnificence of our role cannot be grasped by their feeble minds.
Commander Highslander will do everything in our power to romance and screw everybody she possibly can, but of course, Marazhai is our only one true love. You are beautiful, Cassia. Do not let anyone or anything convince you otherwise.
You are much too kind
I'm
to me,
not going
Lord
to be too
Captain.
vocal tonight, but I decided I'd
Allow
lurk
me,
the
for
volume
my
down and
part,
give you the view
to
count.
note the
I appreciate you,
beauty
Wanda Lust. Thank you
of
so
your
much. Thank you for the support and hope you enjoyed the
shoulders?
game.
Yes, your shoulders. Pray let us change the subject.
Wait a minute. That's different from the, Why is it different? She hides an awkward. You are much too kind to me. Allow me to note the beauty of your. Oh, so is it because I'm female? Maybe that's why the, Oh! Can you romance Cassia if you're a female? I think you can't, right? I think she only romances men. I think this character, I can romance Heinrix, Jay, and Marazhai. But Cassia isn't an option. Oh, that makes it funny. Nice. What does it feel like to guide a vessel through the warp?
It may be difficult to describe. You see, every navigator perceives the warp differently. My mentor, Great Regent Elronto, always described his travels through the Immaterium as a journey through a vast wood with countless paths. And I, assisting him in the first voyages, futilely tried to follow his example. But the wood would not reveal itself to me. But everything changed when I found my own key to this mystery. You see, I've always brightened up my rare moments of leisure time by painting. You may recall there was a workshop in my chambers. As soon as I imagined the warp as a blank canvas, an indescribable feeling came over me. I moved the brush, going deeper and deeper into my own painting. Visions were hidden within the vibrant colors of my palette, and something inside me knew which should be brought out and which should be left behind. I woke up several days later, after the voyage was safely complete.
I noticed that your love of painting is reflected in your speech as well. You associate so many images with hues and colors.
The Emperor graced me with a gift. I can see inner life in addition to the mundane. You cannot know that a fruit has rotten from the inside until a blade slices it in two. I can see the rot from far away. It roils like swamp mud, oozing through the bright peel. Anger and boredom, sadness and joy. Everything that people shut away inside themselves is revealed to me like colors on the canvas of my world.
Not that I've noticed so far, Joshua. All of the voices that I've heard have sounded unique, but I've only been able to play the first 3 acts of the game. I haven't gotten into the final 2 acts, so could be that, and it definitely feels like there are some new major characters that are introduced in the final 2 acts. So it could be that there are some of the original voice actors that just haven't popped up yet. Why don't we talk about something else?
You will hear no objection from me, Lord Captain.
Tell me about House Orilio.
As the only voice of our family on this vessel, it is an honor. As long as your questions are courteous, I will answer every one of them.
Lower Imperium succeeded. Is the Orilio prophecy system named after your ancestor?
You are shrewd indeed. My ancestor charted that route while fleeing the enemies of humanity. They say the Emperor himself was his guide, because the warp expelled their vessel without a single loss. Unfortunately, the lips of those who relate this tale seep with disgusting green hubris. I think Colleen Orilio was simply a skilled navigator.
I take it House Orilio has a rich history?
Oh, yes. The navigators of the house came to the Coronis Expanse fairly recently, a mere 208 years ago. Before that, our ancestors expanded the borders of humankind's dominion for the glory of the Emperor, blazing trails to different corners of the galaxy.
Who rules the house?
Just as a rogue trader stands at the head of a protectorate, a Novator heads a navigator house. It is the Novator who decides where to look for alliances and which path their bloodline is destined to tread. As for our house, the transfer of power to a successor is currently underway. In the meantime, Great Regent Auronto Orilio is ensuring the stability of the house.
Did you get the base game or the full bundle with DLC and Season Pass? I bought the Collector's Edition, which I don't believe was bundled with any sort of Season Pass, so I just have the game. Is there even a Season Pass available for this game? I don't remember seeing that one is available, and I certainly don't remember Alcat talking about any DLC plans. The way I feel like they did for Wrath of the Righteous, but I could be misremembering that launch. You lived in seclusion on a closed station until Felic committed his sabotage. So then you must be the Novator's successor.
So, says Regent Auronto. Nothing is decided yet. Some people in the house become enshrouded in rolling grey clouds at the thought of me becoming the Novator. But even more are bound with dull leaden chains. They think
There is
I am
a season
not ready
pass.
for such a burden.
That's interesting. Okay, no,
By all
I don't think I
means.
have it. I'm sure I'll pick it up sooner or later whenever they start announcing DLC plans. What is your special site reveal?
Sister Argenta shines like a guiding star, inspiring resolve in those around her, seemingly inexplicably. However, I see a dark and ugly fog billow behind her, contrasting sharply with her shining light. It burdens the Sister of Battle. It drags her down. Yet Argenta herself is hardly aware of it. Seneschal Viserion is among the few whose colors are a pleasure to look at. Whenever the Seneschal speaks, heavenly crystal clarity spreads around him. And whenever he is angered, dark blue clouds condense over him. And in his rare moments of joy, a pure gleam of sunset pink caresses the souls of those near him. Out of your entire retinue, Lord Captain, he is the only one I would trust with my life.
Awesome. Glad you're enjoying the game, Conrad. Are you still in Act 1?
Idira's emotions are like a maelstrom. Bright, unbridled, enveloping her form like a wondrous kaleidoscope of colors. And as dangerous as a twisting warp storm. The riot of colors hides the truth from my eyes. What exactly is driving this woman? Is it her own will, or is it the Immaterium, Lord Captain?
I must beg my leave.
I have enjoyed your company. Thank you for the conversation.
All right. Talk with Cassia. Now let's talk with Victus. I think this is the first just regular member of the crew that we're going to speak with. So she's not a party member that we go out with. She's just someone who serves a special role on the ship. A thin, pale woman stands out among the rest of the crew. There's a thick bundle of cables coming out of the back of her skull and disappearing under her ceremonial garment. And you see the grate of a quietly humming box where her mouth should be. The woman sees you and bows her head in a respectful greeting. How may I serve you, Lord Captain? Remind me who you are? Vox Master Octavius Victus Suri Atta of the Ptolemon Dynasty, the current Vox Master serving aboard your vessel, in accordance with the Seneschal's orders. I assumed this duty immediately upon the demise of the esteemed Vox Master Septimus, who was my grandfather. What are the Vox Master's duties? My shifters out of run will have to take a backseat for the next month. That's awesome. I'm definitely, sooner or later, I'm going to play Wrath of the Righteous again. And when I do, it's going to be hard not to go ahead and choose Where Touched. But I think I might go with the new Paladin. Take that new Paladin, combine it with Sela, and just go to town on enemies. I am the ears and the voice of this void ship. I supervise several dozen officers and 3 times that number of support personnel. We receive, send, encrypt, and decode all incoming and outgoing messages through the ship's internal and external channels. And we also ensure clean communications and the optimal efficiency of the crew's Voxcasters. If you ever want to know what worries and concerns your crew are harboring, what your subjects are whispering about in local networks after their watches, and what their leaders are clamoring about over shortwave Vox transmissions, just come and see me. I will satisfy your curiosity. Have the Vox spirits brought you anything interesting lately? Forgive me, Lord Captain. I have no information that would be of interest to you at this moment. Why do you look so strange? My appearance comes from my heritage, generation after generation of people who spent their entire lives in the depths of this void ship. Neither we nor our ancestors have ever left our home, but the same can be said about many denizens of the Imperium's million worlds. We are used to the silence of the cosmos and the voices of the ship. There are thousands of us, but we dwell far from the Lord Captain's upper decks and remain unseen. We are the Voidborn. Where does the word Voidborn come from? Because we are the children born in the void between the stars, be it the womb of a traveling vessel, an orbital satellite, or a forgotten asteroid station. Low gravity, voyages through the warp, and the countless dangers of space travel. Everything others hate and dread is second nature to us. Tell me about the lives of the Voidborn and my crew. To us, the groans, creaks, and mummers of the ship sound the way babbling brooks and singing birds do to world dwellers. We hear the ship breathe, know what it is feeling and thinking. We are a part of the ship, just like it is a part of us. We perform numerous functions, and there are many officers among our number. Some maintain order and prevent mutiny. Others serve as shepherds and support the crew, and some devote themselves to mending the body and spirit of the vessel. Most of the Voidborn are members of large void ship dynasties that bear responsibility for a certain aspect of the ship's life. For 300 years, the main branch of the Ptolemon dynasty has produced the ship's Vox Masters, and most of our subordinates come from the cadet houses of the dynasty. How do you find life on the ship? Life has been quite generous to me, Lord Captain. I am the Vox Master, and only the best in the dynasty can become one. By virtue of my skills and position, no one has denied me anything. Our family claims a spacious section for its demesnes. I also enjoy long walks through the narrow and dimly lit corridors of the ship, listening to the sounds of her activity, falling asleep and waking up to the chanting of hymns, and admiring the stars beyond, of course. Torture Crusader, yep, that's exactly the class that I plan to run. Heck yeah, it would be hella great story with a goddess like Serenray. Yep, So yeah, have that person, Sela, Woljith, Arushale, probably Arushale. And I don't know, I have to think about the last two, but yeah, I'm thinking that'll probably be my very last run. Also have to figure out what my last Mythic Path run will be. I think I've got, considering especially all the extra content Wrath of the Righteous has, I think I've got one more playthrough of that game in me. So I'm leaning towards Angel, but I've already done Angel 3 times. I just love it so much, so I kind of feel like maybe my last run should be different. The only other thing I could potentially do is go with the Alchemist class and do Lich instead, because I've really wanted to do Lich again, and if I did it again, I'd probably choose the Alchemist option, but when I do Lich again, I really want to take full advantage of the spell casting. Like when I did my original run, level 10 spells weren't as prominent, so we'll see. How do others on the ship treat you? We look, speak, and move differently from the inhabitants of the planetary worlds. Our way of life, traditions, and quirks frighten these people, just like the darkness of the cosmos. Many believe us to be the bringers of ill fortune, and alas, it is the Voidborn who get the blame for terrible warp phenomena during longer voyages. Iomade would be too predictable for a torture crusader, in my opinion. There's probably a case for that. Victus hesitates before continuing. Several years ago, an unfortunate warp jump caused all the food on board to spoil. 15 days later, a hungry and furious crew nearly massacred everyone on the lower decks, blaming us for the misfortune and hoping to restock the larders with our flesh. Yikes! We're out of food, so I guess we gotta skin you. Crazy. I would have been killed during the mutiny had Idira to last not shown up in the right place at the right time. She came to my rescue, and the scoundrel's fear of her was even greater than the fear of the Voidborn. Looks like you are close friends with Idira. Webs of tiny wrinkles appear at the corners of Victus's eyes, the only hint that the Voxmaster is smiling. The Voidborn seldom make friends, especially among the captain's entourage. But you see, many consider Idira to be different. I am different too. We have spent plenty of time in each other's company, discussing regicide over a glass of Amasac. Except Idira changed after one incident, and we started to drift apart. The death of Lord Captain Theodora made her withdraw even more. I do not know if Idira considers me her friend now, but we used to be very, very close. It is good I can still look after her, in my own way. Interpreting the Voxmaster's emotions based on half a face and a Vox-modulated voice is no easy task, but you managed to catch the undercurrent in Victus's words. The Voxmaster is not merely saddened by her rift with Idira, she is devastated by it. Well, I plan to be good friends with Idira, so you'll probably like me in this playthrough. Not so much in my Imperium Let's Play. Have you ever left the ship? Oh, I did once, and it was dreadful. I felt like the massive blue dome overhead could shatter at any moment and fall, and my bones would be crushed by the gravity. Victus switches her shoulders, trying to ward off the flood of memories. The ship is my home, Lord Captain, and I would not trade it even for the bounty of 100 worlds. I see. Let us return to business. As you wish, Lord Captain. Connect me to the vessel's main channel. I wish to bolster the morale of my crew. The Voxmaster nods obediently and presses several switches on the device she is holding. It is done, Lord Captain. You address the crew with a rousing speech and hear your voice roll through the ship, reaching even the normally quiet corners of the vessel. When the broadcast ends, you hear distant shouts of approval. That will be all for now. I live to serve, Lord Captain. Awesome. All right, now, that's two people, Cassia and Victus, so let's head out to another mission. What, forecaster for Lich? Right, exactly. So I feel like I should run as a sorcerer of some type and get those level 10 spells and take advantage of everything Lich has to offer, as opposed to doing the Alchemist version, which is great for summoning, but not really for anything else that Lich does. Lord Captain, there's some commotion on the officer's deck. The Lady Navigator has left her quarters and is currently in the ward room, where uninitiated crew members are shunning her in terror. Perhaps you should find out what has brought Cassia to the deck. No problem. Got to keep my people in check.
Lord Captain, my apologies. I did not notice your entrance.
I don't think this originally had voice acting. Nice. Point to the book in Cassia's hands. I see you are fond of reading.
Oh, this. I found this fascinating read on one of the shelves, and I must say, it has caught my eye. Its every chapter is written in verse. I find it so beautiful and enrapturing.
I agree, Crusader. Animator would probably be great for Swarm as well.
Yrilet 5 had a vast archive of its own, of course. Although, most of the works within had to do with scholarly disciplines of some sort or another. Only in my sparse moments of respite was I allowed to escape into the pages of more embellished works.
Cassia gently brushes the dust off the cover with her thin, clawed hand, her eyes filled with longing after reminiscing about her last home. Your only attendant is your valet from Yrilet 5. Do my servants not measure up to your standards?
No, no. It is not that at all, Lord Captain. It is just that Uwe is quite capable of carrying out his duties by himself. He is well accustomed to my whims and preferences.
Cassia cringes ever so slightly, adjusts the adornment on her forehead, then awkwardly hides her clawed fingers in the folds of her clothes. The unnatural appearance of navigators often becomes the topic of gossip among lowly servants and officers alike. It is unsurprising, then, that Cassia prefers the company of one who is used to how she looks. The events that took place on Yrilet 5 must have shaken you greatly. Are you well? Yes.
One should not underestimate the navigators of House Orilio, Lord Captain. Like a shawl of pale smoke, a faint malaise hangs upon my shoulders, but it will not be the slightest hindrance to my duty to humanity, and my duty to you.
Cassia's response is reserved and pointedly decorous, clearly intended to create a distance between you. Or the Prophet of Pestilence. Yeah, supposedly the Pestilence mechanics get much more crazy if you actually play as the class. Like, you can't just read the description and understand and have a true understanding of everything it could do. Supposedly that class is just bananas. I hope that you have had ample time to calm yourself and your powers.
There are people on this ship who are far more impulsive and dangerous to others,
So
and
say
far
you.
less devoted to the God Emperor than a herald of the Navis nobility. But I did not need your words to see the shades of umber unease that whirl around your subjects whenever I am near. Were I not acquainted with such a reaction, I could have found their behavior in your question just now insulting.
I don't like the way the dialogue options force you into this. Like, they don't even give an option based on, like, or at least as far as I can tell, based on like a skill check pass or background or whatever, to give to provide a response that Cassia finds a little less insulting.
Lord Captain, would you kindly explain to me why you are
But I
pestering me
really
with these
think they
questions?
nailed the 40K atmosphere.
Inquiring
Would've
about
liked
my
more
mood
arcs,
and
but
my
again, I love
needs,
the arcs.
showing an interest in the books I am enjoying. You are behaving as if you possessed a shred of fellow feeling for one such as I.
I agree. I think they did a fantastic job. As coming from the standpoint of someone completely new to Warhammer, this world feels so much fresh. It feels very distinctive from what I experienced in Pathfinder. So really, really happy about that.
I beg your pardon, Lord Captain. That was no way for a navigator to conduct herself.
You have nothing. Oh, right. I keep forgetting. I can't romance her. So it's not going to give me the romance dialogue that I would get as a male. Well, if I can't romance her, it kind of changes how High Slanderer deals with her. But you know what? High Slanderer sees her as someone that's key to the power. It is indeed difficult for me to feel empathy for a mutant. However, the crew's well-being, Nah, we're gonna go with the conciliatory response. You have nothing to apologize for. Human emotions are natural, be they good or bad, and it is just as natural to share them with others.
Please forgive me. I cannot even understand myself right now. Your words and attention have reminded me of life on the station, of Theobald and Felic. I do not understand. They were merely the keepers of Yrilet 5. So, Why do memories of those two make me feel a strange heaviness here?
What do you love about orcs, Conrad? She plays the hand on her best play. Besides, is it just the fact that they're just big, bulky warriors?
At the same time, I find myself overwhelmed with new excitement and anticipation. At last, I have set foot outside my familiar walls, and into a world that I have only seen before in the pages of books. Your ship alone is a treasure trove of remarkable artifacts and curiosities. And just imagine the things that await beyond, but... my delight must seem childish to you, surely. In your heart, you must be finding all this quite amusing.
I understand what you're going through. My own life was turned upside down not too long ago.
Indeed. I did not know. That is to say, I could not have known, as it is the first time we are speaking in a circumstance so... private. My word, when I found this place, it was so full of officers. Why did they all leave?
I do not tolerate idlers on this ship, and my officers know it well.
Then, I must take my leave as well. I am due to inspect the Sanctum Navis after the communion ritual, and prepare the chamber for the upcoming warp jump. Thank you for your company.
Boom, 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 boom. Okay. Oh, that poor servant. Won't be long before she's gonna have to take some more of your blood, homie. I am so sorry. Oh, that's right. This is the area that we fought through when the ship was being overrun. All right. Now, let's try again. My daughter making crazy noises with her mother. Let's try again to get to this planet, see if the game will let us get there. Boom, 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 boom. Why does it feel like it's taking so long? There we go. Commander.
Lord Captain.
Whoops, I don't need to talk to you to leave. I can just click on the map. There we go. Lord Captain, sorry to disturb you. Vigdis pauses as if listening to something. It's pandemonium outside the bridge gate. One of the officers seems to be demanding an audience with you in person. I think I hear Master Warsarian's voice. In any case, I wanted to warn you in advance. What now? The everyday sound of the bridge are disrupted by voices raised in anger. Abelard's voice, the loudest of all. This is not the conduct of an officer. These are the antics of a highborn brat out on the lark. Explain yourself, Lieutenant. The young woman standing before Abelard strives with all her might not to quail under the onslaught of her superior's anger. She falters, but then manages to look him in the eye and say, I apologize, sir, but I must speak to the Lord Captain. Very well, Lieutenant. You may address the Lord Captain, not least because I see you have already seen fit to disturb her. Your unauthorized appearance on the bridge and display of belligerence toward a high-ranking officer will be logged on your personal file without delay. Lord Captain, Lieutenant Arvilla Vent, requesting permission to speak. Vent falls silent and then adds rashly, on a matter of extreme importance and urgency. I will not tolerate this kind of conduct on my ship. Abelard, assign the lieutenant an appropriate punishment. Lieutenant, you have 1 minute to state your business. Yes, Lord Captain. Listen to my report and punish me as you wish, but all that matters is that you hear me out, says Vent, a pleading note entering her voice. This matter cannot wait. Any minute now, an assault unit will be dispatched to the lower decks on orders to crush the worker strike by any means necessary. But I am convinced that this step is unwarranted and that the crisis itself was provoked by the actions of one of the senior officers. Vent is almost trembling with tension as she delivers her speech, her face extremely pale. Abelard, in no hurry to intervene, lets out a skeptical huff. Lord Captain, I urge you to investigate the actions of Seneschal Warsarian and to intervene in what's happening on the lower decks, because very soon we will have a mutiny or a massacre on our hands. Vent reels off the last words as though she knows them by heart. She has clearly been preparing to say them for some time. When she is finished, she casts an anxious glance at Abelard, then at you. There's an insurrection in the making aboard my ship, and no one has informed me? I would not deem it a problem worthy of the rogue trader's attention. Lower decks, as it so happens, are in revolt. 30-some years ago, we even had a revolutionary leader rise up who dared to establish workers' rules across the entire ship. Took a month to restore order, but even 8 years later, we were still battling rumors that the hero had survived his execution and was on the verge of gathering people to fight against tyranny once more. Abelard scoffs. Needless to say, the rumors were baseless. As for the current situation, we have sufficient enforcers to deal with it. But on this ship, the word of the Lord Captain carries more weight than a salvo from 100 bolters. I'm sure that if the rogue trader addresses the malcontents directly, she will quell the unrest. I dread to think what problem you will disturb the rogue trader with next. Perhaps you will ask the rogue trader to break up brawls in the mess room. I've already given you the means to resolve this problem. You simply need to use them. If I may, your lordship, sending a hit squad to crush the rebellion is a means of ignoring the problem, not solving it. How did this all start? The situation could boil over at any minute, so I'll give you the condensed version. It all began when the enforcers found a cultist amulet on the body of someone who'd been killed in a drunken brawl. We reported it up the chain immediately, arranged for a cleansing rite to be performed, and opened an investigation. No heretics have been found alive, but the searches brought tensions between enforcers and workers to a head. And where does Seneschal Warsarian come into all this? I shall explain, Abelard intones grimly. I beg you to hurry. Time is running out. I will not hurry. Since my competence is under scrutiny, I shall speak for as long as I see fit. There is an established order to the way things are done on this ship, and one of the pillars of that system is that the rogue trader's attention is not distracted by trivial matters. It is the Seneschal's role to ensure that. I have always handled internal problems myself, so, of course, when I received information about cultists hiding on the lower decks, I took the matter in hand. So long as I live, not one of the vermin who murdered Theodora von Valancius will find refuge on her ship. You were far too heavy-handed, Seneschal Warsarian. Arrests, interrogations, mass punishments for entire sectors. It has driven the people to the brink, Vince says bitterly. Now there's a strike on the lower decks, in Depot 4 to be precise. 3 worker clans are involved, but many more are passively supporting them. The situation could degenerate into all-out insurrection. But when I reported my concerns, the only response I received was an order to dispatch an assault unit and crush the strike with maximum force. He's not looking too good here, but honestly, I'm a big fan of Abelard as a character. Really, I think all the party members that I've met thus far, I've really enjoyed them. But Abelard, most especially, I like the way he's presented, and I like the way he's, you know, supposed to be benevolentia and really does care about people at heart. But most of the time, when you see his responses and the way he conducts himself, he comes off just as cruel and callous as everybody else, or at least he easily does. Abelard, what do you have to say to all this? I see no need to add anything. I acted within the remit of my authority, guided exclusively by the best interest of your protectorate and your personal safety. If you wish to confirm the rectitude of my acts for yourself, I have no objections. For my part, I urge the Lord Captain to go down to the lower decks, stop the assault unit, and speak directly to the people. You will see that they are not lying or harboring heretics. That way, you will stop the uprising before it even begins. And what is Depot 4? Depot 4 is one of the poorest sectors on the lower decks. It is home to clans of general laborers. They are not as valuable to the ship as the families who have secured its specialized systems for generations. They are an easily replaceable resource, and one which is now, more besides, giving succor to cultists and minions of the arch enemy. Depot 4 is poor and troubled, but at worst, that means drunken fights and illegal rotgut brewing. We have handled the workers of Depot 4 in the past. We would have done so again if the crackdown on Depot 4 hadn't been so harsh. And another important point to bear in mind, the problem is not limited to this sector. It is located on one of the most populated lower decks, and everything that happens there has a knock-on effect on all the neighboring sectors. All right, I've heard enough. I will go down to the lower decks and deal with the problem personally. Praise the Emperor, then cannot contain a relief. Thank you, Lord Captain. Don't thank her yet. Abelard grits his teeth slightly. An enterprise boarding on the soft moor, but please yourself, Lord Captain. However, I categorically insist that I escort you. Yeah, bring the whole gang. Why not? Abelard does not like having his authority challenged.
I tread a path unexplored.
Hey, it's Rosaria. Take that, scum! Look who it is. This is all his fault. All of it. Abelard reflexively wipes the sweat from his brow in a startling human gesture, and a telling one, a rare moment where he allows his age and awareness to show through his armor-like veneer of self-assurance. The lower decks are a source of endless problems. Sometimes I dearly regret that we cannot replace all the locals with servitors. Did you hear? They were shouting your name. Of course they were. The organization of the daily routine life of the ship rests upon my shoulders. The mountain of challenges and problems from which I endeavor to insulate you, Lord Captain. The situation on the lower decks has been a cause for concern, and I have intervened personally on more than one occasion. That must be why they remember me. They do not know your face. To them, you are akin to a creature of legend, one who has stood on the steps of the Golden Throne, no less. Whereas I am the man whose name is attached to every order docking rashes or lowering a bay's heating. The people dared to disrespect a senior officer. They would not have the chance to express such disrespect if we were not here, and if the situation had been dealt with by the relevant officers. Abelard grimaces. It is a junior officer's worst failing to pass problems up the chain of command. I've never been able to abide it. I shall say it again. It was a mistake to come here on Lieutenant Them's whim, Lord Captain. I must admit that the lieutenant is by no means the worst material for an officer, Abelard adds peevishly, but in the name of terror, the girl is the same age as my eldest great-granddaughter, and she has the gall to tell me how to manage the lower decks and hunt down cultists. It'll be another 20 years at least before she can be trusted to act without oversight. Let's keep moving. We need to get to the bottom of this. All right.
Intriguing.
Man, 20 years before she's dead. You can safely have her act without oversight. Yeesh. Something resembling a nest made out of thermal insulation material. This is supposed to be where the workers sleep between shifts. All right, give me a minute. I need to go ahead and use the bathroom real quick and refill my cup with some drink. Give me 1 minute. I'll be right back. Why did it go to the load screen? What? All right. Uh-oh, don't load. No, no loading. All right, look at that. Mm-hmm.
The world will bow.
This ocular implant, was
Uh-oh.
a worthwhile
A
investment.
container can be seen beyond the massive bars. Perhaps examining the pipe will allow you to reach it.
Embrace true power.
Pretty sure there's a puzzle there, but I don't think you can start doing the puzzle until you talk with the Union. Inside the box, a string of scratched letters runs along the edge. Different first names, but the same surname. It looks like this box has been handed down in the family from generation to generation. Most harmless. That's why her doll was sitting in the chair. She decided to come play with my game. All right. Word to the wise. Tell Simone when Daddy's streaming, leave his stream alone. Thanks for letting me know. Well, I tell you, kids these days. The sounds of a heated discussion reverberate through the ship's bays. Lieutenant Arvilla Vent of the ship's enforcers is barring the path of a heavily built assault unit officer, and judging by their expressions and tone, the standoff has dragged on for some time already and has now reached a boiling point. I have my orders to put an end to the unrest and purge this sector. You could take your orders and shove them. This is my deck and my sector. There are only 3 people who can waltz in here without my express permission. The first officer, the rogue trader, and the Emperor himself. So, not all my lessons fall on deaf ears, Abelard mutters in crabby approval. He does not clarify whether he means Lieutenant Vent, the officer looming over her, or both. Your ladyship. Noticing you, the 2 junior officers snap to attention and salute, their subordinates following suit a moment later. All right, what? No, we won't open fire yet. What's the situation? Your ladyship, my people have locked down the bay where the strikers are, including their leaders. We have the situation under control as far as resources allow. We encountered some locals on our way here. Their conduct was outrageous. They even tried to throw things at us. Vent paled slightly. The people are getting desperate. Clearly, they saw the assault unit and they decided they had nothing left to lose. I mean, I apologize, Lord Captain. It is outrageous. I'm sure the people simply didn't recognize you. It wouldn't have occurred otherwise. We will deal with them once the current situation is resolved. All right, fine, whatever. I want to speak with the strikers. Abelard's mouth twists, but he restrains himself and says nothing. Right you are, Lord Captain. Allow me to wish you good luck. Hope gleams in Lieutenant Vent's eyes. Wow. Nobles from the upper decks down here to see us. A dozen pairs of eyes stare apprehensively at you. The people before you are typical inhabitants of the lower decks. You take in their simple clothing, crude weapons, and faces that display varying levels of mutation, from the barely discernible to the strange to the outright grotesque. Weren't all these people supposed to have their voice boxes removed? A whisper passes through the crowd and you detect a mixture of fear, astonishment, and joy in their reactions. Finally, 3 people break away from the crowd, an elderly woman and 2 men. These must be the leaders. They bow clumsily before you. Lord Captain, you have come down to us. We are attacked on the way here. How do you explain that? Here's an explanation for you. The people have been pushed to their limit and now they're lashing out. As if we don't know why these top deck units are being sent down here. Like that one there that the lieutenant won't let pass. Our clans are all inside the bay that's been sealed off, but the lower decks are big. I'm sure there's some people who've just about had enough. We're getting it from all sides. The soldiers have encircled the ones who've risen up. A death squad has just arrived. It's no wonder folks are lashing out. Their words seem sincere to you. Their body language and the glances traded between them reveal that the news of the attack has shocked them. Tell me what is troubling you. Why are you striking? So striking? That's news to us, your ladyship, says a tall, thin man in worker's garb. All we're doing is asking questions, saying what we think. Shut up, Rivet, and snaps the old woman, who turns her hostile dark eyes on you. Here's the deal, your ladyship. Your damned enforcers are all over us down here. They say they're looking for cultists. One wrong word and they're reaching for their batons. If they want to punish someone, they turn off the heating to whole bays for a week at a time. So we get sick and freeze. In my clan, 2 little ones died from inflammation in their lungs, all because of these enforcers. The old woman spits on the floor and rubs at the spittle with the toe of her worn-out shoe. Argenta does not interrupt the workers, but you see the sadness well in her eyes when the children's deaths are mentioned. She quietly whispers a requiem prayer and makes a sign over herself. It's all true. Vent is the only enforcer officer who stood up for us. It's clear as day who had a mother from the lower decks and who grew up amidships and had no fellow feeling towards us. The grim man with a scarred face throws up his arms. Your ladyship, we're no villains here. We're honest workers, your servants. We plotted no disorder, we went on strike openly, and now we've got guns pointed at us. All we're doing is asking to be allowed to work in peace without being harassed. The persecution started apropos of nothing, you say? I was told that one of you was found in possession of a cultist amulet, and that there are heretics hiding here. A cultist amulet? What's that? The gewgaw they found on the dead drunkard? If it was something evil or forbidden, we sure didn't know. The enforcers just said they were looking for heretics among us, and anyone obstructing their investigation would be punished. But how could there be heretics here? We know our own people. There have been no new faces around. Definitely not. And if there were, we'd be the first to report them. And as for this amulet, or whatever it is, they took it off a dead body. There are no cultists still breathing in our sector, that's for sure. But when the fight broke out, some enterprising folks looted the bodies. The boots they came back with, nobody's ever tread these decks and boots those faux fine, I can tell you that. Seems to me these cultists have better commanders than us. Oh yeah, those boots really were fine, and there was no harm in taking them, right? As for the amulet, it must have been pocketed by someone who didn't know any better. We don't need any amulets around here. We all worship the Emperor, and when we're working, we bow down before the machine spirits of the large and small transformers and the servo motor, the same way my grandfather was taught 100 years ago by a tech priest who came calling. Believe us, your ladyship, we are people of faith. Naive children! Weren't you taught from an early age about the dangers of the archenemy's creations? Weren't you warned that any unfamiliar object could be one of them? We were told, Holy Sister, but it was a long time ago. The last time we saw a confessor in our sector, it was just after I'd had my 3rd little one. That is regrettable, but you cannot lay the burden of leading a righteous life on the shoulders of the Holy Fathers. Who will you blame when beasts crawl out of those amulets you stole from the heretics? The Holy Father who was not there, or the scavenger who brought evil down on himself and his neighbors? Abelard, do you have anything to add? I authorize the use of all necessary measures to locate chaos worshippers hiding in this sector. The specific steps taken by the officers were not reported to me. Abelard frowns, clearly disgruntled at having to explain himself in the workers' presence. Nevertheless, I'm certain that their actions were justified. Cultists are no drunken stevedores. They are the enemy and a threat to the ship. Neutralizing them demands decisive action. What changes do you want? Would you look at this? The exalted Lord Captain herself is asking us bilge rats what we want. Well, here's what. We want you to rein in your damned enforcers, to quit turning off the heat, and to stop battering everything that moves. No, that's not it. We want the enforcers gone from here, and we want to be armed. Give us arms, and we'll govern ourselves. We'll defend ourselves if these cultists do show their faces. I've been leader of my clan for 20 years now. Getting rid of these club-wielding thugs can only improve things around here. You've gone too far, old man. They'll never let the maggots on the lower decks live without the enforcers breathing down their necks. They probably even insist on enforcers on the upper decks too. As for weapons, what do we need them for? Before the first day's out, we'll have someone shooting their neighbor out of stupidity or drunkenness. We don't need that. If the enforcers start hassling us, that'll be enough. In return, we'll find the scavengers who robbed the cultists' bodies, and we'll talk to them, one lower decker to another. If there are any more of those damned amulets about, we'll hand them over to the enforcers ourselves. You speak for yourself and your clan, and I'll speak for me and mine. I don't want empty gestures. I want real change. They'll promise us the world now, but as soon as the Anointed One turns her back, these brutes will be on us even harder than before, all because we dared to speak out. What I really love about this conversation is, again, I think I spoke before in the first episode of Livestream about how Alcat found clever ways to show the scope of your power. The entire concept of you've been ruling over generations of these people, you know, and the amount of people who are essentially under your care and how much power you have to really do whatever you want to them. I just feel like it's done in a really, really cool way. More than any other game I've ever played, this game makes me feel like a ruler, like I have real power and real control. Tall Worker's eyes dart between the two arguing leaders. Every few seconds, he opens his mouth as he's planning to agree, but each time he falls silent, simply making a few vague noises of approval. Thoughts, Abelard? The story about going scavenging for boots and accidentally picking up a heretical amulet doesn't convince me. These people were moments away from rebelling and possibly becoming minions of the archenemy. We must not give them what they want. Even if they did acquire something innocently, purely out of their own stupidity, that does not mean they were not tainted with corruption. What begins as petty thievery can turn into a far graver problem. I have seen it before. Abelard's face darkens momentarily. In my second war, there was a sergeant in the Imperial Guard regiment that was stationed nearby. The sergeant took an ordinary pocket knife from the body of a heretic, and his whole unit lost their lives for it. When they finally managed to break into the barracks, they found not a single survivor. Only the pocket knife, which had grown through all the rows of beds like a metal choking vine. So when it comes to scavengers, malcontent strikers, or whatever they'll turn into next, my verdict is simple. Give them no quarter. Felic, what up, man? How are you? So, since we're doing a heretic run, we did this in Imperialis, found a way to negotiate the whole situation. But High Slanderer, she's all about chaos. She's all about, hey, what's going to mess things up the most? So, fine. I'll give the order for the enforcers to be withdrawn from the sector, and you will be given weapons. Let's see how you cope governing yourselves and what difference it makes. Abelard's face turns stony, and he clenches his jaw. He looks at you, his narrowed eyes glittering with anger. The old woman raises her arms triumphantly. Good riddance to the executioners. Freedom from D44. All hail the Lord Captain. All hail. You can count on us, your ladyship. We'll find the cultist foulness if any of our people have taken possession of it.
I tread a path unexplored.
Attention to detail is the key to success.
All right. Now, that pipe we looked at earlier, there's a big old puzzle
Triumphant, as always.
about it. Okay, so we turn
Let's
that one.
seize the opportunity.
This page is where the start of the shift is marked. The last mark is missing. The workers went on strike. The heat sink warms the air around it to a scorching temperature. This is the warmest part of the bay. The workers have even dragged deck chairs here.
The world will bow.
So you gotta figure out which of these need to be turned. And they're all over.
Intriguing.
Huge pipes, the arteries of the ship, run through many bays, delivering air, water, heat, and the propulsive force of steam. All right, that worked.
unseen
I'll
uncover
have to
my
come back
path.
for that. Boom, 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 boom. Boom, 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 boom. Let's see.
I tread a path unexplored.
Nope, can't turn that. There's one here, right? Alright, looks like I could turn that though. Let's see, can we turn this now? Nope, that's not ready. Were there any of the
The world
were there any of them here?
trembles beneath
yeah, there's
my
one here.
feet.
Nope, that's not ready either.
The world
Let's see,
will
here
bow.
we go. This one. Nope, that one is not ready either. So is it time for this one then? No, that one's not ready either. Come on now.
Intriguing.
I'm a little confused. So hold on, we're starting over here. Right, nothing. You don't activate. Alright, now that doesn't work.
Let's seize the opportunity.
Oh wait, did we click on this? Oh, okay, we did. And that doesn't work. So that one doesn't work. These two don't work. There's nothing. Yeah, there's nothing. Oh, wait. There we go. There we go.
I tread a path unexplored.
Nope, that doesn't do anything. That doesn't do anything. Looks like it. That doesn't do anything. I'm a fan of this puzzle. Not a fan.
The
Nope.
world trembles beneath my
I assume I
feet.
missed the character creation. What's going on, Dwight? Yeah, we're a little bit far beyond that, but we're still in Act 1. It's still early in the game. I'm a pyromancer. Sanctioned Psyker Pyromancer.
Powers unseen uncover my path.
Okay, can't click that anymore. That's fine. You know what? I forgot one. This one. Do we? Must not have. Okay. There we go. Okay.
Intriguing.
That's the one that we were supposed to hit. Cool. Nope, that doesn't work. There we go. Finally.
Predictable.
Just gives you some grenades, melter charge, and some lockpicks. Excellent. But still, I didn't want to leave it. Nice. I'll catch the post when it's up. Awesome. Awesome. Hope you enjoy it, Dwight.
Let's seize.
Do you have the game yet? What kind of run are you doing? Stopping unexpectedly, Abelard imperiously dismisses the unit to stand at a distance and addresses your other companion, saying, "I have an urgent matter to discuss with the Lord Captain. Please give us a moment." Abelard looks at you, and his last vestiges of restraint vanish. "Well, are you pleased with your investigation, Lord Captain? You kowtowed to the disloyal rabble. Worse still, you put weapons into their hands. Now we do not simply have an untrustworthy mob in the hold, we have a mob that is armed. Next time they decide to start an uprising, it will be far bloodier. That is, of course, if they don't accidentally wipe themselves out first. Is that how you see your future at the helm of the Von Valancius Protectorate?" Do not speak to your Lord Captain in that tone. "I am obliged to speak thus. Who else can point out your errors and offer you counsel?" "Why are you so angry? I solved the problem." "But why did you have to be the one to do it? And did you consider what it might cost you? I would have handled the situation myself had you not decided to intervene. Abelard says irascibly. Remember Lord Captain Theodore. Do you think she ever set one slippered foot on the lower decks? No, she did not. Such matters were left to myself and the junior officers while she dedicated herself to her grand designs for the Protectorate, as any true strategist and rogue trader ought. Maybe if Theodora had spent more time on trifling matters, she wouldn't have wound up dead. There's a new Lord Captain aboard this ship now, and I will not repeat her mistake. Just got it, and daughter's in bed. Going to shower and then see what's what. Awesome, okay. Let me know what character you end up spinning up. Abelard looks at you, stunned, and exhales loudly. Then he nods curtly. I commend your decisiveness, but I am uncomfortable with introducing new protocols in the midst of a crisis. Are using story-driven characters or these? If you're talking about the person I'm talking to right now, this is a party member within the game. The character that I created, that's a custom character, of course. Abelard doesn't seem to understand that his job is to obey orders. Bleeding Heart's worried about things like collateral damage and the human costs are for other playthroughs. Exactly. This playthrough is for the glory and power of your future Empress. Thank you. Someone understands. She's trying to get him there. She's trying to get him there. And Abelard stands straight at attention. I lost my temper, Lord Captain, and I believe I ought to explain myself. Abelard speaks slowly, the words not coming easily to him. The prosperity of the Von Valance's protectorate is not just an empty phrase to me. I left the Imperial Navy for the chance to see it flourish. It was the most momentous decision of my life. I did it because I saw in Lord Captain Theodore's deeds the sign of true greatness. Rogue traders do not simply forge new routes and capture worlds. They create order out of anarchy. That creative impulse was entirely lacking during my time in the military. So I left behind everything I had known, everything my family had known. I came from a long line of officers, and I embarked upon this incredibly reckless venture. Lady Captain Theodora entrusted me with all the concerns she had no time for. She would go off on her flagship for long periods to distant frontiers on scouting voyages, and the advancement of the entire protectorate rested on my shoulders. And then suddenly, everything that had been built over years and years began to quake, rattling like a flimsy hanger on a seismically active world. One of the senior officers betrayed us all, the rogue trader was killed, and who knows what is happening on the planets. I tell you this honestly, without fear of appearing weak. All this has come as a grievous blow to me. I am not panicking or grieving because I cannot allow myself to panic or grieve. I am duty-bound to aid the new rogue trader, to aid you, to find your footing as quickly as possible. And to do that, I must insulate you from problems that in the past have been dealt with by tried and tested procedures set out in the ship's regulations. Procedures that were established long ago and have functioned smoothly for decades cannot suddenly be deemed excess to requirements. Ooh. Let's see how he reacts to this. I have seen plenty of sentiment and hand-wringing in recent days, but very little competence. I have no plans to rely on your judgment or your tried and tested procedures in the future. The Seneschal's thick brows loom over his darkening eyes like thunderclouds. Yes, Lord Captain. You will not hear anything from me apart from reports on my direct duties. Abelard is silent for a few seconds. I suppose my presence in your retinue will be extremely short-lived, but for now, let us leave this cesspit. Woo! Lordy, lordy, lordy. All right. Now let's see if we can get to a mission. Actually, you know what? No, I want to get to that vendor. So I forgot. It probably makes sense to pick up some supplies before we start heading out. Okay. check with Abelard, make sure he
Lord
doesn't have
Captain.
anything new to say. Does
Lord
it?
Captain.
Oh, wait. I'm gonna make sure to scan you from head to toe with his scrutinizing gaze. Ah, you'll get over it. Yep, as soon as I have the full party together, Yomagami, I'll go ahead and level up. The box crackles to life, and Master Helmsman Ravor addresses you. What we have here, Lord Captain, it is not very noticeable, but there's a void ship sitting in the local asteroid field. It sure is quiet, like it's huddled up in there on purpose. It's not like I'm surprised. The thing is more scrap heap than ship at this point. Somebody sure went to town on it. We are registering critical damage to the hull and depressurization of several compartments. Oh, there's an incoming transmission now too. These are basically some guys huddled up that don't want us to find out about them because they're pirates and they're doing illegal things. But she doesn't care about this, and I don't feel like there are any interesting dialogue options here, so we're just going to get to it. What is happening to you? Stop playing games. Just tell me what's going on. Fine. Let's shop. There we go. Now. Let's get them to one at least. Trade. No, 1,500. I need you at 1,500. Excellent. There we go. Accept. 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 Medkit. We'll take the Pyromal too, why not? And the auto gun. There we go. And we'll go through all that when we have our full party together. And you know what? I forgot. Let me scan this planet because I'm pretty sure scanning it gives you some XP. Again, scan. Bingo. Go. It didn't ask me to drop down on the planet. It just automatically went to a load screen. Okay. Oh, because it's going to my desk, not to the planet. All right. As the ship makes its way through the star system, a strange fatigue falls over you. Your eyelids grow heavy, and the quill you have been using to draw up yet another order falls from your hand. You raise your head with a start. Someone else is here, in your study. You stand up and stare at the dozens upon dozens of corpses surrounding you. Among their number, you recognize the disfigured and bloodied faces of those who died on the ship's bridge and those you met in your previous life. How is this possible? Where are the enforcers posted to stand guard? It matters not. You are alone against a horde of heretics risen from the darkness to take your life. As if of its own accord, the shard lying on the edge of the desk, the sole remnant of Conrad Volkvir's weapon, slips into your hand. The metal is searing cold. The dead sway from side to side, closing in around you in a nightmarishly slow advance. Kneel before the rogue traitor. Your lives belong to me. All you hear in response is unintelligible voices, whispers, moans, and derisive laughter. Anger ignites your chest, and you clutch the shard, which ravenously bites into your palm with its sharp edge. An unbearably bright light floods everything around, and you find yourself surrounded by groveling minions. their bodies shivering in your mere presence. Your hands no longer hold a pitiful shard, but a majestic and intricate weapon, a skillfully crafted sword with strange, unnerving proportions, a curved design, and an unusual hilt adorned with the image of a closed eye. The eye opens wide, revealing a gaze so ancient and dark that it steals your breath away. You have felt this gaze before, there, on the bridge, and the voice that appears in your mind only confirms your guess. The tapestry is woven, the path is chosen. Accept your fate, champion. Sure, I am the sword's master, not its servant. Remember that. You feel the sword's immense weight pulling you down. You resist its will for a moment longer before collapsing to the ground to the sound of odious laughter. The strain is such that you fear your back could break at any moment. Vogue, the first dawn, is hereby woven into the tapestry of your fate. Seek the second dawn in the hands of she who rises above its future dominion. The former aspirant fell, and thus the new one will become the chosen of the weaver of destinies. Make mortals serve you as their god, and become the vessel of the edge. You awaken from the vision, kneeling next to your desk, clothes drenched in sweat and with a sour taste on your tongue. Your head is ringing, and you struggle to recall those faces and the image of the sword in your hands. Only the deep cut on your palm and the bloodied shard lying on the floor remind you of what just transpired. Heretical, pick up the shard. You reach your shaking hand out to the shard, now slippery with your blood. You wipe its metallic surface and stash your treasure under your clothes, next to your heart and soul, forever seared by the great power of the warp. Awesome! Super, super, super cool. Definitely a fan of that scene. Does this have Mythic Path level of story choice? What do you mean? Like, are there unique story options based upon what class you are? No. You get unique reactivity and unique dialogues, but the story doesn't change in that matter. Your disposition has a much greater impact on what kind of story you're going to see. Creepy. Yeah, I agree, Marcus. I absolutely agree. Super, super creepy. But I liked it. That's good stuff. All right, now would you let us land? Yes, you will. Getting scanned. Boop. Uh-oh. Sounds like fighting noise. The Starport greets you with the din of ordnance, and the smell of explosives tickles your nostrils. It is difficult to tell through the smoke who is firing at whom. Halt! Weapons on the ground or I'm firing. A man in a torn and dirty uniform hobbles towards you from behind the chunks of rockcrete and crumbled plasteel. His cracked helmet is adorned with a crooked label that reads Sergeant Malgar. Alright, so our skies are in lockdown, the rebels are shooting down anything that flies, and you lot just happen to land in our rear without a scratch to show for it, and on a shuttle like that? Where did you get it? Stolen from the palace, isn't it? He is visibly awed by the resplendent gold of your transport. Grab 'em, lads. We've got ourselves a rebel landing force. Abelard turns purple. By the Holy Throne, what is this mess? Idira glances around. They're in a rough spot, old man. Go easy on them. Abelard, enlighten this rabble about the proper manner of greeting the God Emperor's chosen. Abelard clears his throat. You stand before rogue trader Von Valancius, you ignorant worm. Snap to attention this instant and give her ladyship a formal report. With a mixture of awe and terror, he snaps to attention, raises his freshly cut chin like an exemplary soldier, and barks. My mistake, ma'am. At once. The Starport is under the control of the governor's wardens. Perimeter commander is Sergeant. A frag grenade explosion cuts off the rest of the sergeant's words. Shrapnel flies everywhere with a piercing screech. One of the soldiers falls to the ground, clutching the remains of his forearm that is now adorned with crimson tatters. Blood is pouring out of the stump, and the soldier's agony is short-lived. The sergeant curses and hastily says an army prayer for the dead. With a rasping cough, the sergeant turns back to you. Pardon me, ma'am. Sergeant Laz Malgar reporting. My unit is holding the Starport on the governor's orders. How may I serve? Some dirty dog nearly shot down my shuttle. Affirmative, your ladyship, ma'am. It's all those damn rebels. Those maggots somehow got their hands on an anti-aircraft battery, and it's causing our shuttles no end of trouble. That thing really packs a punch. You're lucky they missed you. I've seen them fry 2 shuttles carrying reinforcements. Not a soul survived. What is going on here? Unrest, ma'am. Armed rebellions in both the capital and the provinces. First the lower level sparked, then it went up the spires. They hit the box hubs, the arsenals, the mag train stations. Then Felic tore off his mask, precisely because he knew about the trouble on Rykab and Norse. He knew that none of our allies would come to our aid. Cassia lets out a sorrowful sigh. You may continue your report, peasant. My unit was here when it all went to the Groxes. The tech priests linked to satellites reported sightings of strange void ships in the system. They were orbiting the star until one of them set course for landing on Rykab Majors. The governor took precautionary measures and ordered to increase security at the key facilities. Everyone knows that when something's not right, you better double the warden details. The alarm was raised and we were sent to secure the Starport. It's the only reason we were able to hold it. They're crushing us, the scumbags. It's been a whole turn since the last reinforcements came in. We're running low on ammo. Every other fighter is wounded. I don't know how bad it is in the streets, but they'll drive us out of here any minute. Who are you anyway? Sergeant Laz Malgar, ma'am, 11th generation loyal soldier of House Winterscale, awarded 3 commendations for faultless service. Ever since the olden days, his lordship, the rogue trader, has recruited soldiers and shipwrights on Rykab and Norse. So there's no greater honor for Rykadian than serving his lordship with diligence. What caused this rebellion? Ill thoughts, ma'am. We've fallen on hard times. The ground keeps shaking. Things keep exploding. The people are scared. They've forgotten all about their duty. And that's when those, Emperor, forgive me, preachers came. They started riling everyone up. Sure enough, we shot a few, but they just kept coming. More and more of them. How could some pathetic rebellion be cause enough for such a lackluster welcoming ceremony in honor of a rogue trader's arrival? It is an insult. Apologies, your ladyship, ma'am. I couldn't have known. I wasn't notified. Had we known we were expecting such an eminent visitor, we would have, at the double, with all due devotion. Do you happen to know? She doesn't care about the Inquisition. I'm going to see the governor. If I may report, ma'am, as long as the rebels keep shooting their damned anti-aircraft battery, there's absolutely no way to shuttle you to the governor. It would have to be on foot, and the streets are dangerous. I have no one to send with you as an escort. I assigned all available troops to accompany the esteemed tech priest to the governor. I will voxcast orders for them to wait for you, and I'll inform headquarters they better send out a convoy to meet you halfway. Meanwhile, we will follow the governor's orders and hold the line here. Idira frowns as her gaze grows distant, as if she is looking through the sergeant. You're a good soldier, but you've got a lot of blood on your hands, both yours and others. The same hand that salutes now might falter in darkness. Rank and epaulets won't save you from the bitterness. Pardon me, my lady, but I can't get my head around these fancy words you're saying. I've seen plenty of blood, but trust me, I'll fight to my last drop. Is the path ahead dangerous? What exactly awaits me there? The sergeant sighs heavily. All of our roadblocks are gone. The whole place is in the rebels' hands. The city is almost lost, so no help will come. We are surrounded by rebels. And watch your step, ma'am. The streets are chock full of mines. His remark about mines lodges itself in your memory. More than anything, you will need to watch the ground and not your surroundings. You'd rather risk a shot from a rebel or a jittery soldier than experience a few handfuls of lethal frag shrapnel resting on top of some 300 grams of explosive thistleine. What tech priest? A very important person from the Adeptus Mechanicus arrived on the last shuttle before they locked down the sky. He kept on asking whether anyone by the name of Armorat or Armonaut or something like that had recently arrived. Barely answered any of our questions, though. Said he was under no obligation to tell us anything. He demanded to talk to the governor personally, so I had to send a quarter of my troops with him to keep trouble at bay. You're a fool. The governor, who is safe and sound in the rear, has left you for dead. And here you are, actually. A good fighter would have long since reclaimed the Starport. Move out and attack, you cowardly knave. Horror fills the sergeant's eyes. Apologies, your lordship, ma'am. We will rectify that at once. Follow my lead, you lot. I'm giving you 2 minutes to reload and patch yourselves up, then we are routing the rebel dregs. He roars his command, organizing his troops for what is undoubtedly a suicidal offensive. Another explosion interrupts the sergeant's words. With a sigh of relief, he turns to his soldiers and spits out a booming series of commands. Woo! Desperate situation. You're supposed to use one charger. How you decide you're going to use my charger and your charger? You should be able to have it like that. We have 2 separate chargers so that we each use our own. Why don't you stop running your mouth on the phone? I love you too. Boy, I tell you.
Embrace true power.
What I got to say? Nothing. Cargo. The grand viaduct for receiving esteemed guests is buried under rubble.
I tread a path unexplored.
Ooh, this place is in bad shape. What's all that shooting? All right. Do a full set. Actually, what formation are we using? What is going on? All right, you're up front. That's not cool. You're back there. You know what? Yeah. She could be the one in the back, even though she's barely doing any damage. Good Lord. When is that going to change? Honey, I'm going to need you to get together. Are you level 10 yet? No, you're level 7. Whew. Oh, and you maxed out willpower? I didn't even think about what the second one should be. I'll give you agility. Agility and boom, boom, boom. Still mine, blade of light. Didn't we? What's stay line? Yeah, okay, sure. Long term that helps. Then what's up with you? Why is it that you can still pick toughness, but she can't pick willpower anymore? Oh, I guess maybe Marksman has more upfront heuristic bonuses. Okay, interesting. Combat Master, no doubt. Yep. Take that. What's up with you? Oh, you get an ability. Look at you. Aren't you just precious? Oh, we could get Dominate. You know what? I kind of like Dominate. Move as close as possible to the Psyker. Yeah, sure, why not? Don't you have a cursed melta pistol? I do, but I have to be at least a, I have to have a certain heretic rate in order to be able to use it. Logic, tech use. No, I don't need any one of those. She will be responsible for lower warp, probably? No, not lower warp either. We don't need Lord Xenos because we're gonna have the Xenos party member. I guess she can handle our Lord Imperium needs. I guess. Get the feeling I'm gonna have to respec all of these characters, but it's alright. Ability. We have both. No, we don't have both weapons, so go ahead and take that. We get an ability right now. Boom, boom, boom. One. We only get two. Okay, alright, fine. Not your purpose. And you know, we'll take nimble. Make her a little bit more hardy on the front line. And there we go. How'd you rate this game so far relative to its $50 price tag? I think it's absolutely worth $50, David.
The world will bow.
I do not regret buying this game in any way, shape, form, or fashion.
Should I divine our next step?
It is. I haven't done the last two acts, but from what I've heard, it is slightly shorter than Pathfinder Wrath of the Righteous. But of course, if you play Wrath of the Righteous, you know that was a massive, massive game. So even being slightly shorter than that, it's still well worth the $50 price tag.
Your existence is naught but ashes.
Cross that.
It wouldn't let me light them up right from the beginning, huh? Interesting. Okay, fine. RB, what's going on, man? How are you? You aren't going to stack ballistic skill on her ignite for psychic barrage? No, I focus on other talents. I haven't figured out her build yet, to be honest with you. I've been watching for a while and it looks great so far. That's awesome. Yep. Hope you end up enjoying it if you pick it up, Dave. Oh man, you can't come all the way out? That's unfortunate. No, but I'm still gonna just put you here. I'm not gonna put you over here. Where's this agitator dude? He's over here? Okay. So you know what, most likely she was standing here. We'll see. Why isn't she crouching down? Let's cover. And of course he moves. And instigating and voice of command. Look at them doing the leader thing. Alright, we dodged all that. Excellent. Now let's move over here.
Amidst the carnage, I find purpose.
Good. Looking to start my playthrough tonight. That's awesome. Spill my mango habanero sauce into my goulash when I went to go take care of something. That sounds deeply unfortunate. Sorry to hear it, Tariq. Excellent, excellent, excellent.
Ruin beckons.
And then, what you said, you've only got.
I
only
need
got
no
three.
guidance.
Get you out.
Death shall
Oh
reign.
yeah. Excellent, excellent, excellent. And none of you all are burning or anything. So okay, so even your party members, they have to be burning in order to use that. All right, good to know.
It will be done.
Are you serious? Parried that?
Victory is imminent.
You parried two
It
of
will
them.
be done.
That's unfortunate. Delicious.
Faith
Ooh,
without deeds is
53%,
worthless.
I like that. Excellent. Try more of these things. One more. 26%, 18%, 10%, 29%. Oh, and I could potentially kill him. Oh well, it was worth a try.
There is movement in the Empyrean. Will do.
I'll have to do. Oh, you know what? I didn't do that. She's gonna move behind cover in a minute. I can't see him. Oh,
Anything
you know what?
else?
You're the other one I wanted anyway. We'll bring you forward. This may end up being a mistake, but you know
Click
we're doing it
into
anyway.
the sky.
Emperor, give me strength.
Doing it anyway, cause it's just not that often I get to
If I
hit
may,
this many.
as duty demands.
Click into the sky.
Isn't this a job for the serfs?
Nothing. Oh, wow. Who's gonna be the next one? You know what?
I'm not accustomed to being ordered around.
All right. They're gonna do what they're gonna do. Have a choice. You know, newborn. Won the best performer in the Game Awards show. For a Star Young. Really? Oh crap! I forgot the Game Awards were today. I completely forgot about that. Completely forgot. Wishing Baldur's Gate a whole lot of luck. I have my issues with the game, but there's just no question that it's fantastic and certainly the best game that came out this year. Yeah, that was a
Wait
mistake.
to join my choir.
I still don't regret doing it.
Purpose guides me. What a satisfying demise.
Whoa, and is that Never Stop Shooting kicking in? I think this is the first time. It's letting me attack twice. It looks like the log doesn't tell you when it's triggered, but I'm pretty sure that's the reason why I was able to do that. Awesome. And you know what? You're not going to stop burning at all. You're going to keep burning, keep burning, keep burning. All right, you are
At
getting
your
annoying.
beck and call.
There we go.
I will do my duty.
And you stay over here.
Indeed.
Awesome. All right.
As the Emperor commands, I act.
Excellent. And they won't let us do anything else, so fine. Actually, you know what?
Will do.
I knew I should have done that. I knew it. Forewarning you. Is there any other? It's 4. 1, 2. Oh, there we go. Yep. Can't target him. Can't target him either. Are you serious? You're going back even further? And actually successfully hitting from that distance. Well, can't be mad at it, I guess. That doesn't trigger an attack of opportunity. Are you serious? That's crazy.
Empyrean, embrace me.
Wow, this fight is going poorly.
I should have foretold
Did I just
that.
lose? Why did it skip over Abelard? Oh, he's stunned now. Interesting.
The enemies of the Emperor will be undone.
Oh, no.
I'll do it.
Ah, nothing Argenta can't fix.
As the Emperor commands, I act.
Guess I shouldn't have been so lackadaisical with Cassia. I was like, these guys, they're gonna be a bunch of pushovers anyway. Oh, he's already got 10 stacks. Yeah,
But of
we
course.
can do this. And then might as well give ourselves a little extra damage. And then see how
Anything
much we can do
else?
to you. Good enough. It is that sniper.
Call to me. Getting loud.
Okay, fine.
Injury is not an
Apparently, I'm
excuse
gonna have to
serve
take
one's
this
duty.
more seriously. My apologies. Let me do that. I absolutely tore through these people as an officer. I wonder what I did differently. I probably took out the snipers faster. I need to use dominate on the snipers and have them come closer. I also need to keep my people in cover, except for Avalar. Avalar should have just resisted more. I don't know
Did
what.
I mention that my whispers tell me
I also
jokes?
don't understand
Jokes
why
that
it
once
didn't
said
have
aloud make
her
your eyes
use
bleed
this
and
the way
blood
she's supposed to.
curdle.
Let's try this again.
Your struggles
Yeah,
are
it
in
doesn't
vain.
allow her to do
I'll
that.
turn you into
That's weird.
corpse starch.
All right. First and foremost, you. Okay. Icelander is going first. That's fine. You can go here. Go here. Conditions, still go here. Still go here, I guess. Kind of hate him being out in the open like this, but there's not really much choice. So fine. Between the innocent, idealistic time travel to the past to come face to face with dark or the outside of alien entities. Oh, lovely. Thank you. With an alien who came from the Curious government just wants to know more about Earth. What should I choose for this mask? Obviously, the alien. Rebel gunner all the way back there is going to get a chance to go. Doom, doom.
One step closer.
Alright, so you're good. I don't have to think about you.
Ruin beckons. I will triumph.
Why is it that 12 say radius? Oh, 10 so okay. Slightly less interesting. There we go. And that's all for that. Alright. Idira really wants.
What is this foreboding?
Yeah, there we go. Bring you closer.
Was that you? Or
And then
will do.
give him some more defense. And then he's gonna should die of his own accord. So yeah, let's
But of
try
course.
to take you out. And successfully do so. Alright. And she'll come over here as well.
Battlefields are always drowned in scarlet.
I feel like they shortened the range on this. Target point within 12 cell range. Oh, okay. Maybe I'm just tripping. Oh, that's right. I don't have the option that damages him when I do that. But good enough.
Me.
If you insist, Lord Trevor. I am a
And
navigator,
there you go, Abelard.
not a servitor.
Okay, now she. Yep, 36. This is just
Doubt
one,
is
so
for
that's
the
fine.
weak.
51. Excellent. Boom, 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 boom,
Right
boom,
is a
boom,
prayer.
boom, boom. Excellent.
Faith without deeds is worthless.
Oh, that's the only one she can shoot. Okay. That's fine.
I'll do it.
You know, we'll just go ahead and do that. We really want that. Okay.
A tactically sound approach.
Still got 7 enemies to deal with. There we go. A little bit more success
It
there.
will be done. One fewer target.
Oh, look at that. Look at you.
Victory is imminent.
Very, very nice, Abelard. Very nice indeed. And look at that. The sergeant is even coming out and getting involved. Okay, you're melee. I'll deal with you.
Why did I not see this?
What is this? Fighting some guys. The first time in combat that an ally becomes. Oh, okay. Got you. Sure. I really wanted to do this to one of them up there, but that's not really possible, is it? Yeah, neither one of you did distance range. Alright, so we'll do this.
I need no
Nothing will
guidance.
stop the flames. And she's going to still chill out back there. She's going to do another round of this. Ooh, he killed one of them. And now, yeah,
Anything
you
else?
dominate. Excellent. You're going to come towards us. That's exactly what I want. And you've got stacks, so let's go ahead.
Will do.
Make use of them. And let's go ahead and give you
Anything
a nice
else?
little dose. Could be better, but hey. Alright, now.
I'm afraid not.
Where's the problem? Oh, I keep forgetting she doesn't damage him off that anyway, and the other guy won't be affected.
Me?
You know what?
If you insist, Lord Captain.
High momentum.
Huh.
God Emperor, move through me. Be the fire in my heart.
You serious? I could use this, but it doesn't give me any movement points, right? She's not in range of that other one. So yeah, no, we're not gonna use that.
Follow my lead. I will do my
Oh, he's
duty.
got too much health. Can't do it in one go.
For
Fine.
Confalancius.
Or Confalancius.
Indeed.
There we go. Give me
At
another
your
one.
beck and call.
Excellent, excellent, excellent. Now he's gonna come all the way
Tried
out
and
here.
tested tactics are the best ones.
And he's gonna charge all
It
the
will
way
be
up
done.
here. He's gonna give himself some defenses just in case. You're still back behind there, dude? What purpose are you, sir? Are you serious in one hit?
Inconsequential.
Didn't see that. Whatever, it's fine. There's nothing you can do about that sniper, so we're gonna stay here. Oh, wait, no. Why? He's dominated.
Pain and duty go
Wait a
hand
minute.
in hand.
The target must pass a willpower resistance. It said dominate above his head. This worked, right? Or at their next turn, they will spend all their movement points to move as close as possible to the Psyker. He should not have fired. I'm so confused. Let's do this again.
But of course.
Okay, it says dominate over his head. And his willpower resistance test failed. Yet again. That's super annoying.
On it.
All right.
I'm not accustomed to being ordered around.
There we go. A little bit closer at least. And triggering that will do nothing, so actually here. Can you do anything? Nope. Still nothing.
Not the Scryer's job.
Can't even do that. Alright, fine.
My place is at the fore. I will do my duty. Reduce to dust.
And that's it. Sheesh. Fight's never been that hard.
The world
And that wasn't even hard. It was
beneath
just
my
having all those freaking snipers back there, to be honest with you. That's what made it was more annoying than anything. Alright. And now
Let's
our
seize
Jinta
the
has some damn
opportunity.
trauma. Did not want that. Did not want that. Oh well. It is what it is. Eyes. My eyes, please.
Intriguing.
Boom, boom, boom.
The whispers told me how.
Written on the side of the shuttle in pilot's lowly slang are the words, "Do not touch. A shipment of tithes to the blessed Lord Captain Caligo's Winter Scale. Perhaps there is something worth your attention in this shuttle." Commander Cloak. Increases the range of officer archetype abilities by 1 cell. Oh, wait. I forgot to distribute these weapons. Nobody here is using flame. Nobody here is using an autogun. No armor. What's this other one? Ranged attacks. She could take that. And then you. +5 fellowship for every enemy. Nah. Then you can't use med kits, but you'll take some of these force grenades. That's fine. You should also have a grenade. Well, for the amount of time that I'm going to be using you, at least.
I tread a path unexplored.
Cargo. Excellent. The eyes lie. The final dawn is upon us. Folks, how about you don't come any closer and I don't shoot you? Ooh. Ooh, ooh, ooh. Argenta and then Abelard. That looks quite painful. The young, shaggy-haired soldier is still pale. Nonetheless, as you approach, he holds his pistol, the hallmark of good discipline. He gives you a somewhat frightened but genuine smile. Thank you, my lady. You arrived in the nick of time. I don't know what those babbling creeps wanted with me, but it definitely wasn't anything good. Who are you? Lucky Jaspar, the governor's aide and personal box operator. I was dispatched to the Starport on special orders, the young man proclaims, desperately trying to tame his tousled hair. Are you on the harm, soldier? All thanks to you, my lady. Those blind lunatics are all over the city right now. These rebels, damn them to the void, go around maiming anyone they get their hands on and scorching their eyes. Then they leave the poor sods driven mad by the pain to wander the streets babbling nonsense. He lowers his voice and adds with gravity, the command doesn't want anyone to talk about it, but I've heard whispers that it's not just some nonsense, it's heresy, actual heresy, because listening to it scrambles your brain. It made one patrolman freeze in his tracks while the blind mob got hold of him and carried him from his post off to who knows where. And what exactly were you doing here on your own? Following Governor Medina's special instructions, namely, he grits his teeth with a pained expression furrowing his brow. Oh, right. It's a secret assignment. I can't talk about it. Persuasion? Yeah, oh yeah, of course we got Cassia. Oh, now that I think about it, do I need to make Cassia more of an officer instead of just strictly focusing on her navigator abilities? Because if she's focusing on navigator abilities, who's going to handle dialogue checks? I didn't think that through. Man, I need to go ahead and make the builds for all my characters. What if what you know is priceless intelligence and you were to die before you could relay it to anyone? Well, that would make me a saboteur and a traitor, wouldn't it? Yes, you're right. This is an emergency. He looks relieved. So why they send you to the Starport? I'm supposed to deliver updated Vox codes, and how should I put it, assess the situation. The plan is a real mess at the moment. The rebels have found their way into our VoxNet and are now eavesdropping. This made proper communication impossible. The hallowed electrodynamic Cenobium has sent out a distress call before it went dark. And who even knows what's happening in the system? There's been a riot on Phila, the prison planetoid. Yrilet 5 station is silent, although the navigators there have always been a reclusive bunch. I was hoping I'd be lucky enough to run into a pilot or the captain here who'd give me an update, but that's hardly a possibility right now. The rebels are blasting anything that tries to land out of the sky with their damn cannon. He stops talking, a little too abruptly. Tell me about Yrilet 5. There's not much anyone could tell you about it. That station belongs to the Navis Nobilite themselves. The Emperor knows what they do up there or who even lives there. They scorn ordinary folk. The only person they're willing to grace with an audience is the esteemed Evane Winterscale. It is beginning to sound like he is complaining. That place is creepy. They say they order shuttles with servants from Rycat Minoris on a regular basis. I guess they're too important up there to change filters and clean compartments themselves, huh? Except, I've never met anyone who has served there. It's like no one ever comes back. Your brothers and sisters lived and died for a great cause, serving a navigator house, and therefore all of the Imperium. It is a high honor, one that few could bear. Only now does Jaspar notice Cassia, and his eyes go wide with fear. He opens and closes his mouth a few times helplessly like a fish, unable to utter a sound. Instead, he just nods nervously. There's something else you're hiding from me, isn't there? More classified secrets? Jasper looks away. It's nothing classified, just personal. There's another reason why I'm here. My betrothed is missing, Raquel Vicari, the esteemed Evane Winterscale's personal pilot. When the riot reports came from Ricada Phila, Lord Evane headed there personally. Then this rebellion started down here and we lost communication. No one knows how they're doing up there. You know what I'm afraid of? That they'll come back and those rebel scumbags will shoot them out of the sky. I wanted to find a place that's high up, set up a Voxcaster there, and send them a transmission. The sky is closed off, and don't try to land. But I didn't make it in time. Those blind dogs chased after me, and as I was running, I tripped and broke the caster. He hangs his head sadly. I worry for her. She's an excellent pilot, but still I worry. Abelard shakes his head disapprovingly, but his eyes are understanding. That is why all members of a Voidship clan share the same employment. No matter how devoted a servant of the Emperor is to their duty, there's always the danger that family ties might disrupt regulations and order. I see. Jasper smiles, but his smile looks a little less carefree than a few moments ago. Who is Yvain Winterscale? The esteemed and honorable scion of blessed rogue trader Caligos Winterscale, master of the Rycat system. At the behest of his illustrious father, or grandfather, or uncle, well, his illustrious relative, Lord Yvain took up residence on Rycat Minoris. Jasper's face betrays a fierce inner struggle before he blurts out, "You know what I think? I find it curious that blessed Caligos didn't make him the ruler of our world. Lord Yvain is his blood, but it's the governor who rules us. Then why do you think he sent him here? I think he's been exiled. Do you think the governor can handle the rebellion?" Jasper mumbles evasively. "Well, obviously I'm not some pessimist to say otherwise. I won't tell anyone." "You really won't? Well then, if you ask me, things are pretty rotten." His words come flying at the rate of stubber fire. "Those rebels are strange. We would have easily quelled a normal riot. We're not some commoners, we're Rykadians, the naval elite of House Winterscale. But those people, they're vicious. They know no fear. And their attacks, they're so precise. It's like they know what's going to happen ahead of time. The command executed 7 officers on suspicion of espionage, but it's not about spying. They say the leader of the rebels is some two-faced Aurora who can see into the future. Now she is the real danger." Idira scoffs and rubs her hands together in excitement. "She can see into the future, is that right? We'll see about that. She's up against the wrong psyker. My breezy whispers may be vague, but they've not failed me once. I can tell you without asking my ethereal friends that our future doesn't look too bright now that the Lord Captain is involved." Nah, she's not interested in maiming him for revealing classified information. She finds it fun, so she'll let it go. I have no more questions. "It was my pleasure to be of service to you, my lady. It's been nice to chat to someone normal." He glances warily at the body of the dare's blinded lunatic. "I must take my leave." "You're right, we shouldn't stay here or we might run into rebels. I'll go find a safe place to watch the sky for any landing shuttles. May the Emperor protect you, my lady."
Does something trouble you, Lord Captain?
All right.
Powers unseen.
The absurdity of your struggle. Why did I just walk in like that?
Will take you down.
All right. Avalar here. Cassia can go here as well. Put a deer over here. You can go over here too. Argenta can go over here. Cassia, she can stay back here. She's not really ready yet. She doesn't have enough stuff that makes it worth it to have her on the front line just yet. Excellent. Excellent cover, excellent cover.
Anything else?
And excellent. That's what I want to see. You
Will do.
come on forward. Alright, now let's look at what his resistance test failed. He's back here. Let's see what he does on his next turn. You know what? We will give Avalar a buff. And there we go. What's going on with you? Whoa! He's carving Avalar up. Wow. That, you know what? That
The healing
calls
is
for a
much
medicine.
appreciated.
There we go.
I've seen worse battles than this in my time. Victory is imminent.
Oh, excellent.
me.
You.
If you insist, Lord Captain.
Can't see? Yeah, there we go.
I am a navigator, not a servitor.
There we go.
If I may.
39%. Can she reach them? Oh yes, she can. Oh
As
yeah.
the Emperor commands.
No, I didn't mean to do that. Oh, you know. What does it do? The next burst attack? Next burst attack. You know, yeah, I'll just do it next time.
I'll do it.
There we go. Now it should trigger. Yep, and it does. Alright, that's fine.
Doubt is for the weak.
Let's do it. Oh yeah, oh yeah, oh yeah, oh yeah, oh yeah, oh yeah, oh yeah. Like that, fan of that.
I'll do
33%
it.
sure.
Is a
Yep, no problem, Yomagami. Take care.
faith without deeds is worthless.
Ooh, and almost got a heroic heroic deed that we can use. Does that make sense? Yes, it
One
does.
step closer.
Yep. And no taking it all for you. Now, unfortunately, she doesn't have anybody else close by to put it on, so we're just gonna chill out. Let all you people come forward. Yep, let you come forward, that's fine. You can be coming forward as well. Sure, you can come forward, okay? And then you use all your AP? What?
Mocking me.
High momentum.
How does this work? They will spend all their movement points to move close. They can act as normal, but all the movement points are spent on moving toward the Psyker. Interesting. That didn't work quite the way I thought it did. So yeah, that's unimpressive. But it's good to have tried it out. And it's good to pull people out of whatever spot they're heavily entrenched. So there is that.
Will do.
Yes. And then, hey, what is? Oh, Raging Woe increases enemies' weapon skill, ballistic skill by +1, as well as damage by +1 for every level of Raging Woe. Oh, that's what it is. It's a rival. So interesting. Okay. Okay. Now, what does he want? Yeah, I guess he will go this way with it. Let's see if we kill you. Of course not. Yeah.
At your beck and call.
Everybody come to me.
It will be
Do
done.
that. Oh, what am I doing?
We'll
didn't even
rule the
realize.
stars themselves. Up you attack. Indeed.
Yep. Yeah, I'm a fan of that. Not a
Victory
fan of
is
that, but
imminent.
none's perfect. Good enough. Good enough. Good enough. Oh, there's still a guy standing all the way over there. I forgot about that.
Me?
Sure.
If you insist, look.
There,
I'm not accustomed to being ordered around.
okay. Now you.
Guided by faith.
Oh, that's not gonna work, is it?
I'll do it.
It's probably not gonna work. Ooh, it took three action points
As the
to
Emperor commands,
reload her
I
damn
act.
weapon. That's unfortunate. Are you serious? Neither one of them work. I really don't want her getting any closer. Yeah, well, actually, she's not behind full cover right now.
Descend
Let's
upon
see
the
if it'll
weak.
work from here.
Purpose guides me.
There we go. The burning will not stop. Man, I need Psi rating 1 battle.
Ruin beckons.
Cannot wait to get Psi rating 1. And then we'll do some of this.
Purpose
instead.
guides me.
Lightning and fire, fire and lightning. What was that sound? Veil degradation change by 3 to 7. There's no problems with that. By all means, get up. You come into a melee. Where are you going?
Oh, my ears are ringing.
Oh!
By the manner of their death.
Are
we
you
shall
serious? All right. Whatever. Boom, boom, boom.
know. Anything else? On it.
Obliterate him. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Was that you? Or
Here we go.
At your beck and
Oh
call.
yeah. Excellent. Very, very nice. Very,
It
very
will be done.
nice.
That's not the Seneschal's job.
Oh, he doesn't have enough. Crap.
I am a navigator, not a servitor.
Go ahead. I was about to say, if you don't handle business, bruh, it's gonna be
Isn't
a
this a job
serious
for the
issue.
serfs?
There we go.
If I may.
And you. Doom, 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 doom.
I'll do it.
Do that.
As the
And, yep,
Emperor
you're the last
commands,
one to
I
you.
act.
Excellent. That hit. Okay.
I will bathe this battlefield in righteous fury.
53. Looks like that's the best it's gonna get. Princess, what's going on? How are you? Excellent.
I'll do it.
Did that.
Out is for the weak.
3. Almost up out of here. She hits like a tank.
They who discern the future own the battlefield.
Stop all that backing up.
Anything else?
This isn't gonna work, right? Yeah, it's not gonna work.
Will do.
That works. Does that mean?
Anything
Yep,
else?
That'll work. Awesome. All right,
tactically
finally,
sound
let's
approach.
finish this.
At your beck and call. One to a target.
Excellent. Oh, of course, now I get another heroic guy. And put all that there. I'll take the boost, though. Excellent. Oops. Hold on. You know what? Unfortunately, I don't know if I can remove that fresh injury
We are the spearhead of the
from her,
Imperial.
but let's see.
Let's patch you up.
Ministration is a holy task.
It can. Okay, cool. And look at that. He's got 9 more of them.
Light of terror, guide our way.
Man, cargo awesome.
Embrace true power.
Oop. What is in here?
The world will bow.
Man, I love her ad-libs. She sounds like such a power-hungry monster. Judging by the caustic smell and oily stains, Promethium was previously stored here. It must have fallen to the hands of heretics.
Ruinous favor prevails.
What is this? Oh, it's 15% armor, but it's got 10% parry chance against melee attacks and +5 agility.
Intriguing.
Not all that great, but okay, I'll take it.
Over there! This ocular implant was a worthwhile investment.
Damn, they really don't want anybody going over here. The turret was placed in a great hurry, but the Technomat never had the chance to activate it.
I better myself through my service.
Ooh.
This task should have been accomplished easily.
This should have. Are there
The burden of
any
failure
ways
is
to
the
really
most
screw up
terrible
penetration, like
punishment.
being a poison assassin, Wrath of the Righteous? I would say not to the degree of assassin and Wrath of the Righteous, but yeah, you can
Emperor
absolutely screw up
favors
your
me
builds.
today.
But I would also say that the mechanics in
trembles
Warhammer are
beneath
simpler
my
than those in
feet.
Pathfinder, so it's harder to do.
Change is coming. The edge is nigh.
The blinded ones are harmless. No sense in shooting them and drawing
Harmless?
attention.
Nobody's here harmless.
Fire on the nearest target! Don't kill the tech freak! We need to take him alive!
Find it and let their enemies
Do it! Fall back!
May knowledge be thy fate. Let the cycle be discontinued.
The man dressed in crimson should not have survived an explosion like that. However, he is alive. You hear the wheezing on the respirator that covers half of his face.
Not another step. Flee, for I am death.
By the throne! What is that servant of the Omnissiah made of? Adamantine? Ugh, blasted.
Abelard clutches his head as his ocular implant is racked with a wave of interference. Abelard, this is no time to lose your composure. Present me.
Rogue trader von Valancius greets you, honored tech priest, and graciously grants you permission to remain in her presence.
I identify you as a member of a high stratum belonging to Rogue Trader House von Valancius. I'm detecting no need for confrontation. The convoy received an order to meet you. It is no longer functional. Therefore, I propose that we continue to advance to the rendezvous point with the governor's soldiers.
The tech priest stares resolutely forward, his Mechandrite tentacles rising gracefully around his hunched figure, which is illuminated by the flames of the smoldering remains of the machine. Who are you?
I identify as Magus Pasqal Hanema of the priesthood of Mars. By the grace of the Omnissiah, I am currently assigned to the maintenance personnel of the station Altar Templum Calixis X-17.
Altar Templum Calixis. I have heard the name before. The station appears on House Orselio's star charts in the Furibunda's system, not far from the Void Colony of Footfall. You have traveled a long way to come here, esteemed Magos.
Point at the exploded machine. How did you manage to kill off a slew of people and blow up a sacred machine without even laying a finger on it?
This was my doing.
The voices are being weird about him. They're saying garbled, conflicting things. Like they're talking about completely different people. But he's not a threat to you. Even if that's a bit hard to believe after all the fireworks.
You do not even know how you caused such an explosion?
The Omnissiah granted me a revelation. The spirit of this machine was dying, but it wished to perform a service, for such was its design. I sensed this and appealed to it. I do not know how I did it. I merely followed my intuition. The understanding granted by the Omnissiah was not permanent. It has left me.
The tech priest appears shaken. Why do you wish to see the governor?
I came here to carry out a sacred mission. My mentor, Archmagus Amonat, summoned me, and I hastened to answer his call. But the rabble's unrest prevented our meeting, and I was on my way to Governor Medina to determine my mentor's current location. My escort was ordered by their commander to discontinue their movement and await to be merged with your group. Then, due to their incompetence, they let themselves be killed. It was an unacceptable complication to my task.
If the tech priest's voice carried any compassion for the dead, the dry words that crackled from his Vox system did not convey a shred of it. You must be quite devoted to your mentor to be willing to wade into this mess for him.
Cessation of vital functions is an unavoidable phenomenon, and therefore an insignificant one. The doctrine of worship repudiates the fear of death. With my mentor's words, the Omnissiah gives me the algorithm for redemption and triumph in service. I will be redeemed, and I will triumph.
I invite you to join my retinue.
Acknowledged. Predicting successful and mutually beneficial cooperation.
In dialogue. Hey, look at that. Finally, we have a full party.
I tread a path unexplored.
Would you look at that?
Every one of the dead have had their eyes ruthlessly burned.
Argenta, don't you find it difficult to be without your sisters? You are a soldier without a squad.
I will fight alongside my sisters again. But my present fate is not a burden to me. No matter where I go, who I am with, I bring death to heretics. That is what matters.
We appreciate it, sister. We appreciate it. An entire procession of cargo servitors was destroyed by gunfire. Not a single one of them attempted to flee.
Embrace true power.
About 8 to 10 hours into the game to get a full party. Well, not really, because you know I'm reading all the dialogue and acting out and interacting with chat, so it takes a little bit longer for me to do it.
Will bow.
You know what? Maybe let's see. Because first there's a prologue, then we had to go get Cassia, then here. I'd say 8 hours. 8 hours is probably right. 8 hours is probably right.
Intriguing.
It didn't feel crazy long though. And you, what do I want to do Intelligence, obviously. I don't know what makes sense for the calculated relations. Persistence of the force. Getting a stacking 10% bonus to hit chance and dodge reduction against any target they hit with a single target. Single target that can. The Forge. Fires of the Forge. Pinnacle of Weaponry. He's got some nice stuff here. There's also Grenadier. Long term, he's ranged character, but short term might make more sense for him to be, you know what, no, we're gonna keep him, what's range, overpower. We're gonna make him range from the jump and just see what happens. You know, I do like Grenadier though, but not quite yet. We'll go with Persistence of the Forward. Gain a stacking 10% bonus to hit chance and dodge reduction against any target they hit with a single target attack. You should be doing that all the time, so yeah, that's fine. We'll go weak body, weak soul. Because he gets passive learning automatically. Yeah, I definitely want that. But weak body, weak soul will help. Okay. And then intelligence again. And now he gets an ability. Joint analysis probably makes the most sense. We could also do tactical knowledge, but no, let's do joint analysis. And tech use definitely. And there we go. That's that. Well, it's very approximate anyway, unless there's a login or something in Act 5. Yeah, I haven't played Act 4 or 5, so I don't know if you're getting more party members there. I know this is not the full group. So we've got more party members that we're going to recruit as we go through the game. Alert, profane violation of the algorithm.
The world trembles beneath my feet.
That profane violation. Like, how dare you?
Operation successful.
Your struggles are in vain.
Crush them.
How close can she get? She'll go here. She can go here too as well. She'll get to act first. Oh no, she won't. So here, she'll go act behind here. So who gets to act first? Idira is one of the first people to act. Idira can go here. Avalar, you can go here. It's fine. Oh, Pasqal, what about you? Yeah, you can go there. It's fine. Don't take a while, right? All right. We got Argenta.
Rejoice in battle!
Here we go. Hold on. Woo! I love it.
I'll do it.
Faith without deeds is
Best
worthless.
chance to hit at least one of them, and still missed
I'll
off.
do it.
Oh well. Alright, now there's Idira. She can go here, right? No, won't allow her to target from back there. Yeah, but she's not getting in front where these turrets are gonna be, so
On it.
we'll chill back here. There you go. And any snipers over there? Somebody I need to come out and play? Yeah, a bunch of snipers. Rebel gunner, Rebel gunner. Rebel gunner. Where's the big one then?
Was that you? Or
very nice, very nice, very nice. Alright, Abelard.
As the tactical imperative dictates.
Nobody on that side. Okay. Alright, fine. Whoa, what's this? Oh, machine spirit banishment. Reduce the damage dealt from the target's attacks by 30% for 1 round. Targets with the reject the flesh feature suffer 25 shock damage. If the target is a mechanism or machine, it suffers 25 shock damage. Instead, and its characteristics are reduced by... Wait, that doesn't make sense. It suffers 25 shock damage, 5 times intelligence bonus. 2 times my intelligence bonus. That shouldn't be the same number. That's interesting. And its characteristics are reduced by 25. Plus, 25 is not twice my intelligence bonus. Interesting. But 5 times 5, it might be. Let's see, what is his intelligence? His intelligence 5. So it's a intelligence bonus of 5. 2 times 5 would be 10. All right. That's fine. And it's 1 creature. That's interesting. Can't do it to any of them though, but yeah.
Running binary override.
Alright, and it won't let me do it in an area that I can't see. Fine.
Injured. I'm enraged.
Oh, it does let me do that. Okay. Wait, it lets me do that. Can't reach that. Avalard's gonna get him, but I don't
One
have any
step
other options so
closer.
far. There we go.
I will triumph.
Doom, 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 doom,
I need no guidance.
doom, 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 doom.
Purpose guides me.
0. Purpose. You. Oh, I should have buffed your characteristics first, but it's okay.
anything else? What an unfortunate turn of fate.
I'm not accustomed to being ordered around.
And what? Okay, so you're gonna go?
God Emperor, move through me. Be the fire in my heart. In thy light I stand, and thy light I crave.
In thy light I stand. Oh, come on now, girl.
As the Emperor commands, I
should've
act.
Oh man, they won't let me get to you. Yeah, hold on.
I'll do it. None can escape the Emperor.
Very nice. Very, very nice.
As the Emperor commands, I act.
Revel is law. Probably not. Yep. Do it.
I know what is to come. Will do.
There we go. There we go. And they're out of here. Electron. Doom, doom.
Let's seize the opportunity.
Awesome.
Powers
Outside area
unseen
taken care of.
uncover my path.
Missed something. Yep, send that to cargo and let's leave. Nice. Not too bad. Couple of injuries, but still, overall not too shabby. Excellent. All right. Now we're on the inside. Update. Find out what is going on. Will do. The upper way extends across a wide bridge, which is suspended high above the roiling waters of the rivers below. The bridge is densely packed with imposing and ostentatious buildings designed to flatter the vanity of the ruling elite. All right, let's do a full save before we go ahead and level up. And keep hoping it's time to give me a side level 1. Let me just check it. Just yeah, it's still not gonna let me do it. It's fine. All right. Sacred rituals. Psychic powers have a 25% chance to regain AP spent when veil degradation is low. Yep, that's useful. And I forgot, what were we? Oh, lower wart. That's what we were increasing. There we go. And then you. Medikai. Thick skin. Living shield. Or maybe, I guess, a warrior. The warrior gains toughness bonus armor against attacks made by that target for 1 round. I like that. Operative, weak body, weak soul. Oh, second sight, that definitely helps. Nimble. Raving in peril. Using a rock decreases veil degradation. That's not necessarily useful. Kitsune, what's going on? We picked up Pasqal. Then targets that are 6 cells or further away. The targets gain suffer an additional ballistic skill bonus damage. No. Obscure threat. What's this? Well, the strikers uncover all resistance tests of the target suffer a penalty. She's not testing their resistance much that right now, although she will later. No psychic kills an enemy with 1 damage to the wound to the target. Oh yeah, anytime an enemy becomes a target of any particular psychic ability for the first time, this enemy suffers to their intelligence perception, and the psychic's intelligence perception increases by +2 until the end of combat. I'll take it. Rapid reload. Let's definitely go ahead and get that. Sheesh. And demolition, excellent. I am really gonna have to respec her. That's fine. Oh, you know what? Here's what we need. Perilous ways. Is this it? And he's moved by the navigator's ability to suffer willpower bonus damage. There we go. And for now, she'll go with awareness probably. Oh wait, Idira has 55 awareness. That's interesting. She's got 60 awareness. Yeah, so awareness makes the most sense for her. And you, weak body, weak soul. Sharpshooter's nice. Oh wait, joint offense. Critical hit chance when attacking targets affected by exploits. Yep, we'll take that. Long term, I want plasma weapon expert, but it's not going to help him much right now. Fires of the Forge, Pinnacle of Weaponry. Yeah, same with this. You know, we'll take Grenadier. There we go. And we'll do a save. I think that is enough for one day. I am not even sure how long I've been streaming, but I know it's been a good little while. Hopefully, all of you all enjoyed the stream. I definitely plan to be back. If not tomorrow, definitely Saturday. I'll try to come back on tomorrow, but I got a bunch of things I have to do tomorrow, so may not be able to make it happen then. But definitely Saturday, I'll be looking to jump back in, and we will continue going through Rogue Trader. Really enjoying it. Hoping you all are as well, for those of you who have been able to purchase it. And I will see you all in the next stream. Take care. Thanks, Kasune. Take care. Take care, 3. Have a good one. Night Zoo. Have a good one.